Your Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 APEC Forum on SME Digital Transformation, Assessing the Present, Envisioning the Future. My name is Moon Nusori, your host for today's event. I'm truly pleased to take part in this momentous event with the great importance together with all of you. This forum is co-hosted by APEC and the Ministry of SMEs and Startups of Korea and organized by the Korea SMEs and Startups Agency, KSME. We are honored to have all 21 APEC member economies represented here, making this a truly platform for sharing policies, strategies, and ideas on how to accelerate digital transformation for SMEs and to explore new areas of cooperation together. Over the course of today's program, we'll dive into 4 theme sessions. First of all, looking at the current status, challenge, and the best practice in SME digital transformation. Second, exploring financial innovation through policy finance and public-private partnerships. Third, examining digital finance and SMEs innovation strategies. Finally, discussing support policies and inter-member cooperation for startups and SMEs across APEC region. With distinguished speakers and participants joining us today from around the world, we are in for a truly engaging and insightful program. Actually, today we are especially pleased to be hosting you here on Jeju, Islands of Peace, where people and nature harmonize. With so many participants present, we are excited for today's event. So, with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, we'll begin the 2025 APEC Forum on SME Digital Transformation, Assessing the Present, Envisioning the Future. Thank you very much, everyone, to open the doors of today's forum with a big round of applause. Actually, to mark the start of our program, we have prepared a very special performance. It is my great pleasure to introduce to you the world-renowned calligraphy performer, Ms. Kim So-young. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. So now, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude this calligraphy performance, we would like to invite the president of KSME, Mr. Kang Seok-jin, to the front. Would you please? Yes, this symbolizes the lasting meaning of today's moment. Please join us to conclude this calligraphy performance. So let's capture this moment to have a seal with the president, our host president of KSME, Mr. Kang Seok-jin. And also, let's capture this moment to take a commemorative photograph. Thank you. Thank you very much. Why don't you give another big round of applause to Ms. Kang So-young for the wonderful performance as well. Thank you very much. And this beautiful piece will soon be on display as a photo wall in the lobby. So please take a moment to enjoy it when you have a chance. Yes, today we have a very impressive gathering of participants from all 21 APEC member economies and experts. So before we start the forum, I would like to take a moment to recognize a few of our distinguished guests. As I call upon their names, please welcome them with a big round of applause, and please stand to give your greeting to our participants as your name is called. First of all, I would like to introduce the president of the Korea SMEs and Startups Agency, Mr. Kang Seok-jin. Thank you very much. And today we have Mr. Oh Young-hoon, the governor of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. Welcome. And today we have Director General for Global Growth Policy of the Ministry of SMEs and Startups of Republic of Korea, Lee Sun-bae. And why don't you give another big round of applause to all participants for sharing their valuable time to attend in this opening ceremony. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have many more esteemed guests, of course, with us today. But as it is my duty to keep the program on schedule, we won't be able to introduce everyone individually. Thank you very much for your understanding. So now, everyone, to kick off today's forum, it is my great pleasure to invite to the podium the president of the Korea SMEs Startups Agency, Republic of Korea, Mr. Kang Seok-jin, for his welcome remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause once again to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kang Seok-jin, President of Korea SMEs and Startups Agency, or KSME. It is my honor to welcome all of you to Jeju, where we mark the beginning of the 2025 APEC SME Ministerial Week. I am delighted to welcome all of you. And I would like to extend my gratitude to the APEC Secretariat and the officials of the member economies for their effort, as well as Governor Oh Young-hoon of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. Thank you very much for your support. I would also like to express my gratitude to participants from abroad, as well as those from the SME sector. This year's Innovation Forum is convened under the theme of Together with APEC, Empowering SMEs as Leaders in the Digital Future. Through this forum, we will be able to share strategies of innovation and best practices from across the region in addressing digital transformation. And I am confident that the discussions we will have today will broaden our perspectives and create new opportunities for collaboration. And KSME will continue to work hard to encourage practical engagement. So we have COSME On-Site Support Program, a field-based initiative that directly addresses the challenges faced by SMEs, the K Startup Center Information Session providing innovative startups with pathways to global markets, and the K Beauty Exhibition showcasing Korea's dynamic SME sector. And I hope that you will participate in these activities and explore fresh opportunities for partnerships. This year is also very special because it marks the 20th anniversary of the APEC SME Innovation Center, an institution operated by COSME. For 2 decades, the center has supported SME innovation throughout the APEC region. So I believe this adds more meaning to today's forum. To commemorate this journey, we will host the 20th anniversary ceremony of the APEC SME Innovation Center later this evening. I'd like to invite all of you to this celebration so that we can celebrate the past achievements and also celebrate the future aspirations. We're now living in an era of transformations. Artificial intelligence, big data, and deep tech are advancing rapidly, and they are not only posing challenges but also opportunities. For SMEs, digital technology can serve as a key means for strategic competitiveness, and I believe that this will provide a key to further growth and success. But I understand that we have fear and we also are faced with a lot of uncertainties in this regard. And I believe that this forum will serve as a starting point for advancing the digital transformation of SMEs so that APEC SMEs can become the leaders in the digital era. And the growth of SMEs will drive shared prosperity across the APEC region. There's a saying that even the most difficult journey can become easier when we travel together. And I believe that through this forum, APEC member economies and SMEs will mark this journey and go on this journey together as partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the President Kang, to deliver us the significance of today's gathering, and also congratulations on the 20th anniversary of the establishment of the COSME. Thank you very much once again. Now, to celebrate this moment, we have Mr. Oh Young-hoon, the Governor of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. He will deliver us his congratulatory remarks on stage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause to the stage.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning. As have been introduced, I am Oh Young-hoon, Governor of the Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. Welcome to Jeju. I would like to congratulate you on the 20th anniversary of the APEC SME Innovation Center, and we are here at the Jeju ICC to host the forum and ceremony. For 2 days up until yesterday, the Ministry of SMEs and Startups, as well as micro-enterprise associations, has conducted a festival. Over 5,000 people from across the country has participated for this festival of micro-enterprises, and the micro-enterprises of Jeju developed new products to put on display. With such activities, we have been able to enjoy the booming of the economy in the Seogwipo area. We have also seen that the new vouchers for spending to boost the local economies also kicked in at the same time, and so that has facilitated the revival of the Jeju economy. Ever since last June, Jeju actually has provided a program of where if more than 15 people visit Jeju at the same time, regardless of the type of gathering, we are providing vouchers of 30,000 won per person. If President Kang Jin-sung visits with more than 15 people, we will provide you with a voucher of 30,000 won, so please do visit Jeju later on. And we will also, I would like to extend my thank you to the Director General of the Ministry of SMEs and Startups. We look forward to your cooperation. On December 4th last year, we have declared the AI digital transformation, and we are preparing for the era of digital transformation. At the center of this plan, we have a cashless transformation in the pipelines. Already, the local payment platform called 탐나는전 has been launched, and we have started our QR code-based payment platform, not only in local markets, but also in micro enterprises and small stores. We are all including the payment platform. Last year, the QR code-based payment was only at 8 million won, but this year it has jumped to 8.7 billion won. Buses can also use this QR code, which is a first in Korea, which makes sure that international visitors can conveniently use the local buses. So wherever international visitors board the bus, that data can be collected, and this database is accumulating. Jeju will continue to develop our payment service, and it will ultimately bring us to a cashless society. AI digital transformation will accelerate, and when it does, Jeju will become the city of digital platforms. If we become a digital platform city, it will continue to propel us forward, and we look forward to the support of the experts here today to make this come true. We wish to become a digital platform city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to your big support. So we have a privilege of just coming together here in Jeju Island, a truly beautiful and inspiring place. Thank you very much once again for your warm-hearted hospitality. Following this, we'll invite Mr. Lee Sun-bae, Director General for Global Growth Policy of the Ministry of SMEs and Startups, the Republic of Korea, for his congratulatory address. Please welcome him.
Good morning, everyone. I am Lee Sun-bae, Director General for Global Growth Policy of the Ministry of SMEs and Startups of the Republic of Korea. I'd like to thank you all for attending the APEC SMEs Innovation Forum. Today is September 1st, and this very week, is the APEC SME Ministerial Week. And there will be the ministerial meeting on Friday this week, and we have had many APEC ministerial meetings this year, and it is very meaningful that we're hosting the APEC SME Ministerial Week this week. Not only the ministerial meeting, but also other affiliate events. And it is meaningful that we're holding this innovation forum to kick off this week. I'd like to express my thanks to President Kang Seok-jin of COSME and Governor of Jeju for their support. So I'd like to mention that one of the first priorities of the ministerial meeting is digital transformation and innovative growth based on new technologies. And this is also the theme for this forum. Today, the world is undergoing a rapid digital transformation led by AI, big data, and cloud technologies. And these changes can offer new growth opportunities for SMEs, but also pose real challenges because SMEs lack professional talent, and they experience technological gap, and they also are burdened with initial investment costs. So these are some of the many challenges experienced by SMEs. So against this backdrop, we really need to help SMEs to go through digital transformation, because it is not just an option any longer, but an essential strategy for survival and growth. And for SMEs to proactively respond to market changes and lead innovations for sustainable growth, they need to start preparing now. And I hope that this forum will allow us to share potentials and success cases of digital transformation and discuss effective policy measures to support SMEs at different stages of growth. And I look forward to extensive discussions on these very important topics. We will continue to be there as valuable partners for SMEs on their growth journey and improve innovative ecosystems for SMEs based on digital technologies and strengthen cooperation with APEC member economies for sustainable development. In closing, I would once again like to express my thanks to COSME for their hard work in putting together this forum. Thank you, President Kang, for your effort. And I also like to say that we look forward to insights and wisdom that will be shared by APEC member economies. And I hope that we'll be able to improve our journey going forward. And in 2005, as you may remember, there was the Daegu Initiative. And back then, there was an agreement among APEC member economies to establish the APEC SME Innovation Center. And this year, we're celebrating the 20th anniversary. So there will be a commemorative event later this evening. And our minister is supposed to deliver a special message of congratulations. So there will be a video message from the minister as well. Once again, I'd like to thank you for traveling all the way to Jeju. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director General Lee, for making all this possible and also for delivering a outstanding message. So now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next program, we'll now proceed with a commemorative photograph session with today's distinguished guests. We'll take a commemorative photograph 2 times. For the first group, we'll take a photo with 16 VIPs and speakers. For the second group, we'll be joined by all participants. So first of all, ladies and gentlemen, please come up to the stage to take a photo if your name's called. First of all, I'd like to invite the President of Korea SMEs and Startups Agency, Mr. Kang Seok-jin, please. And Mr. Woo Young-hoon, Governor of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. And Mr. Lee Soon-bae, Director General for Global Growth Policy of the Ministry of SMEs and Startups. And I'd like to invite Carlos Bando, Program Director of SOM Steering Committee on Ecotech. So would you please come forward? Carlos Bando. Thank you. And we will have Lucy Beckerel, Program Director of Small and Medium Enterprises Working Group, APEC. Thank you. And An Tae-yong, Vice President of Small Enterprises and Market Service. Won Young-jun, Chairman of the Korea Federation of Credit Guarantee Foundation. Kim Dae-chul, Executive Director of Korean Technology Finance Cooperation. Lee Tae-hee, CEO of Korean Venture Investment Cooperation. Park Chang-hyuk, Vice President of Global Business Development Division of Korea's SMEs and Startups Agency, Ko Byung-gi, Director of Jeju Business Agency, Ji Young-hum, Director of Jeju Technopark, Koo Byung-wook, Director of the Management Planning HQ of Jeju Free International City Development Center. And also we'll have officials from the Korea SMEs and Startups Agency. Please come forward. Thank you. We would like to invite all officials from the Korea SMEs and Startups Agency. So let's capture this precious moment to take a commemorative photograph all together. Once again, thank you very much for sharing your valuable time to attend this opening ceremony. We have a lot of distinguished guests from APEC as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. So it is not every day together due to their very busy schedule. So for the best photo, we will arrange the line. So you might be Ready? So please stand shoulder to shoulder. Your faces are all visible. Let's take a photo. Show us a big smile. 3, 2, 1. 한 번 더 찍겠습니다.
Once again,
One more time as we applaud to celebrate this gathering. 박수 치면서 한 번 더 찍겠습니다. We'll take a photo as we applaud to celebrate this gathering for the best photo. 3, 2, 1. So would you please stay with us for a while? We will add all our participants. So we would like to invite all our participants to come up to the stage to take a photo all together. Would you please make your way to the stage to take a photo? Yes, this is not every day together, which is quite meaningful time. So would you please up to the stage? Thank you. So our staffs will guide you to make a best photo. So we'll invite as many as our distinguished guests to take a photo. So would you please come up to the stage? Yes, mind your step, there are speakers. And also make a little squeeze. So yes, we are joined by many distinguished guests. 조금 가까이 서주시면 감사드립니다.
maybe we can stand a bit closer together on stage.
조심하세요. Yes, it looks quite lovely. We have many distinguished guests from all around the world. Yes, so we'll make a wider space. So we are all ready to take a photo to record this precious moment. So look at the camera and show us a little smile for the successful event. Let's take a photo. 3, 2, 1. And one more time. 박수 치면서 한 번 더 사진 찍겠습니다.
Let us all applaud as we take the second picture.
3, 2, 1. Looks quite lovely. 네, 천천히 이동하시겠습니다.
Please make sure that you step down very slowly.
Thank you very much for your cooperation. Please retain your seats. As soon as all our participants find their seats, we would like to begin the forum. So please take your seats. Thank you so much for your cooperation. This will be the milestone for our history of SMEs in the world. Thank you. So we will arrange the stage for the session. While the stage is being prepared for our main forum session, I would like to share a few announcements with you. First of all, today's program included not only the 2025 APEC Innovation Forum, but also the 20th anniversary ceremony of the APEC SME Innovation Center, which will take place later this afternoon. So please join us in the 20th anniversary ceremony in the afternoon as well. As I mentioned earlier, the Innovation Forum will feature 4 sessions. And after a first session, lunch will be served at the Delicia, the restaurant right next to this venue. Lunch will be buffet style and each dish will be clearly marked with dietary information for your convenience. So once you've just enjoyed your meal, we'll reconvene here for the remaining 3 sessions in the afternoon. During the lunch break, you will also have the chance to join special activities in the lobby outside Halla Hall. Calligraphy artist So-Young Kim, who opened today's event, will be hosting a postcard calligraphy session, and participants will be on a first-come, first-served basis with a priority given to our international guests. Thank you very much for your kind understanding. As soon as we just are ready, we would like to begin the first session. So please stay with us for a while. And I'd like to make an information about this forum. After all presentation and discussions conclude at 5:30 p.m., we'll come together for the 20th anniversary ceremony of the APEC SME Innovation Center. So I would like to just make attention to the 20th anniversary ceremony as well. We might be ready to start the first session. So I would like to invite our chairperson and the speakers, esteemed speakers for this session. As I call upon their names, please come up to the stage and please welcome them with a big hand as I call upon their names. So we'll start the first session focusing on the current status, challenges, and best practices of SME digital transformation. The session will feature presentations followed by the panel discussion. First of all, I would like to invite the chairperson for this session, Felipe Biamondes Moya, Senior Economist, Sarotech. Welcome. And today we have esteemed speakers. First of all, I'd like to invite Christian Chiara Torres, Senior Private Sector Development Specialist at World Bank. Thank you very much. For the next, I'd like to invite Kwon Mi-jin, CEO and founder of ENG. Today we have Pransapani Porapot, Assistant Director General, Office of SMEs Promotion. Thank you. Last but not least, I would like to invite Ji Pang, the Senior Policy Analyst, OECD. Thank you. Thank you very much. So please allow me to introduce our chairperson for this forum who will lead the first session. Felipe Biamondes Moya, the Senior Economic Advisor, holds a PhD in International Economics from the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies in Geneva. Previously, he served as advisor to the National Council for Children at the Ministry General Secretariat of the Presidency of Chile, and as a research analyst at the National Commission for Scientific and Technological Research. So I would like to hand over the microphone to the moderator, the chairperson for this forum. So would you please begin?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank for this opportunity of presenting here, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to present, I cannot see my presentation. I have to move on. Yes, perfect. Now I can see. So I'm going to present Fostering Digital Transformation in MSME and Associative Business in Chile, Cercotec Programs and Future Perspectives. So let me start with a brief motivation. From the economic literature, we know that market concentration have increased across the world and during the last years. For example, the literature found that markups have increased on average across the developing world. And one of the reasons that is given by the literature or by the researchers is that technology have increased market power of large enterprise because new technologies allows them to reach more consumers or to reduce cost, allowing economies of scale. That means that entry barriers have increased. Another part of the literature found that the importance of MSME sector is related to entry barriers, meaning that if technology increases market concentration and if the entry barriers are higher, that means that the importance of MSME sector is going to be lower or is going to be reduced. If we see, for example, the economy of Chile, we observe that the share on sale of the MSME 12 years ago was 15%. Now it has been reduced to 12%. So let me now focus on the digital gap, on digital adoption. Large enterprises have a big advantage over smaller enterprises. We have, for example, that large enterprise hire more ICT specialists than smaller enterprise. And we find several patterns in terms of software utilization, that large enterprises are more inclined to use this type of software, both for resource planning or for reaching consumers. In this presentation, and from the service in which I work, I'm going to give two solutions. The first one is quite simple, is increasing technological skills of MSME. If you increase technological skills, means that a smaller enterprise can reach a higher number of consumers, or they can reduce their costs. But more important, the second solution that I'm giving in this presentation is that one way is to strengthen the relationship of enterprise and consumers, or customers, by locating this small enterprise in areas of the cities in which competence is less strong. I will explain this further when I present the instrument or programs of Cercotec. But first, let me present so what is Cercotec? Cercotec is the agency of Chile that is advocated to improve the development of micro, small enterprises, and also cooperatives. We have several strategic pillars. For example, we have a pillar that is focused on a scale-up of enterprise, another that is focused on gender gap. But today I will focus just in one, that is related to local economic development and territorial approach. With this pillar, we focus on creating a strong relationship between enterprise and customer, but also across enterprise within a given territory. So let me start with the programs. I'm going to present three programs. The first two are oriented to small stores that are located in neighborhoods within cities. In Chile, usually you have a large enterprise like supermarket or malls or big shopping centers in just some places within cities. That means that you have an empty space in which consumers can be served for smaller stores. And these two programs that I'm going to present are oriented to these goals. The first one is digitalization of neighborhood stores. The aim is to increase managerial skills of stores or a small enterprise, but also to improve the possibilities of enterprise in terms of consumer or products. The funding mechanism of this program is giving a grant of $3,000 to this store or a small enterprise. This grant can be given to improve managerial skills of this enterprise by training or advisory service. Part of this grant can also be used for investment, that this investment can be on machine or software that can be used to improve technological capacities of this enterprise. Last year, we benefited 407 small stores. The result of this program is good. 50% of the enterprise increased their sales, and 33% of them increased also their profit. The second program is also related to the first one. It's oriented to this small store or a small business that you can find in neighborhoods within cities. But this goal is to foster association among firms located in the same neighborhood. The idea is that this association of a store in a neighborhood need to develop a plan, and this plan needs to consider how to develop the neighborhood in commercial terms. For example, they can foster their products, foster their service, or find a technological solution that can foster their joint investment. The mechanism is again by a grant. The program offered a grant of $70,000, and this grant is given in 3 installments for the development of an investment plan that is running by all these enterprises that belong to this association. The investment can be used to strengthening the image of the neighborhood, also to foster the products or services of this neighborhood association, or to find the technological solution, as I told before. For example, one of the neighborhoods that we supported the previous years developed this type of a screen that is a public screen in which consumers can find the products or services that are offered by the enterprise that located in this specific neighborhood. Last year, we supported 41 neighborhoods. The result of the outcome of the program are quite good. 27%, no, the enterprise increased their sales by 27%, and the neighborhood have a 50, neighborhood increased the flows of consumer by 50%. The last program is different, but it's quite related to them, because this program that is called the Small Business Development Center is oriented to increase the managerial skills or capabilities of enterprise in Chile. This is one of the key programs for Cercotec, because we believe from Cercotec that improving managerial capabilities and also technological skill is key to the success of our enterprise. For this reason, it's a complementary program for the former two. With this program, we have 62 centers along our economy. The center prepare a plan with the enterprise that are the client of Cercotec. In this plan is included training, advisory services, but more important, this plan are based on the regional profile or economic profile of our regions, and also connect the enterprise with other enterprise within the territory, and also with universities and with other public offices. Last year, we benefited 24,000 enterprise, and the results are super good. On average, enterprise increased their sales by $2,500. That means that for each dollar that we invest, we increase their sales of this enterprise by $4. So $1 of cost and $4 of benefit. And finally, I will give a short conclusion. Technological progress, as I said at the beginning, pose big challenges to enterprise because technological, of course, you have new goods, new processes, but also increase market concentration on large firms. We believe that is key to increase technological capabilities of a small enterprise, but also we need to strengthen their links with customers. We think that from Cercotec, we think that the way to do this is by the partnership between governmental offices or programs with enterprise, but also we foster the partnership between enterprise within the same territory. That's in my presentation. Thank you very much. Now, can you hear this? Now we are going to continue with this presentation. Now the turn is of Cristian Quijada Torres. So Cristian, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, APEC. Thank you, Ministry of SMEs and Startups and COSME for the opportunity for the invitation to be here today. We're delighted to be part of this panel this morning and just of the event, and look forward to the conversation and to the discussions throughout the day. So I'm working with the World Bank, and as it turns out, actually we're both Chileans, which is a nice coincidence. But I'm actually based here in Korea. I work at the World Bank office here in Seoul, and I work on private sector development. So my presentation today, we're going to take a little bit of a broader look at digital transformation, SMEs, and specifically a particular focus on jobs and creation of job, and what does it mean, technologies, especially digital technologies, for SMEs in terms of job creation. So I'm sure we've all seen versions of these diagrams in one way or another form. It's here, so we know that digital technology is already affecting jobs. It's already affected the nature of work, either by substitution, by augmentation or by creation of either new jobs or new tasks. No? And a lot of this, how technologies affect jobs specifically, depends on the type of the task that you have. No? Whether it is cognitive or non-cognitive, whether it's physical or non-physical. And we've already, for decades, we've seen the impact of technology, for example, on very routine physical tasks that have been substituted by robots for decades already. The same thing even for routine cognitive tasks, such as the ATMs that we saw already at least 3 decades ago, that we've had introduction of ATMs, of the cash machines, right? More recent is where we're seeing the impact of technologies like robots on non-routine physical activities, for example, the driverless cars. And then even more recent, and perhaps what's causing the most anxiety perhaps, is the AI and the impact of AI in jobs, especially because we're seeing that AI can potentially even substitute or affect things that we didn't think that they could affect, like create like even in the arts. So how technologies affect depends a little bit of where you are, and it also will affect depending on the structure of your economy in each one of the countries, and we'll see some examples of that. But again, the technology, digital included, has the potential to either substitute, to augment, or to create new jobs. Here in East Asia Pacific, and we're going to go through a little bit more in detail, we see that overall, at least for the last few years, that actually the adoption of new technologies has led to increases in productivity and therefore also scale gains, and the job creation has outweighed the loss of the displacement effects, and we'll go into a little bit more detail. Before we do that, I want to just go back to the issue of substitution versus creation, because I think this is one of the key concerns, perhaps. Obviously, we know robots, again, displacing industrial workers in routine manual task occupations. We see that already in the region, globally as well. And then now, more recently, AI threatening to displace more the non-routine, even cognitive tasks that we have. The extent that this is going to happen depends on what we're calling both the technical feasibility and the economic viability of the technologies, and it also depends on very much on each country and the economic structure of each country. By technical feasibility, I mean can the technology in particular substitute certain tasks? So it's very narrow to what the technology is doing. The economic viability, we're talking about how the costs of the technology, of adopting the technology versus the cost of the labor that you have to employ. I'm going to have to hurry up a little bit. So here's East Asia right now, and what we see, at least with the structure of the economies in many of our countries in East Asia Pacific, we see that mostly the areas, the region is more exposed to robots and automation more than AI, just because of the structure of the economies right now in most countries. It varies a little bit, but overall, you see that a lot of the tasks are focused on their physical and their routine tasks, and this is where automation can replace workers. And this is what we see with data on industrial robot adoption in the region. And again, it's not the same across the region, but we have countries like China, obviously, but like Thailand, Malaysia, and Vietnam that has seen a quick rise in adoption of robots, less so perhaps in Indonesia and the Philippines. Again, it's very much related to how the structure of the economy, the sectors that you have in your economy. And then, as I was saying, here for East Asia Pacific, at least over the last 6 years, I think that we have some of the data that we've looked at. The net effect has been positive in terms of there has been more job creation and more than the displacement of workers. And also, so we see a positive impact on total employment, and also a little bit less so, but also a positive impact on hourly wage in the region. Here, I'm going to dive a little bit more into not just robots, but what we call general business functions and how digitalized these general business functions are. And this is comes from a survey that we have run across many countries globally. It's called the Firm Adoption Technology Survey that we have, that the World Bank has done. And here I want to point out two things. One is that obviously there's a big difference between how firms, and this is firm level data, how many firms have adopted these general business functions, which mean procurement, marketing, quality control, etc. So that you can see that there's quite a difference between what a country like Korea, how many companies here in Korea adopt those technologies versus some of the other countries in our region. And then the other difference that you can see is actually there's quite a big gap also between average firm and the firms that are at the high end, the more sophisticated firms, the firms that are adopting more technology. There's a big gap there as well within countries. So if we focus now a little bit more on SMEs, not surprisingly, that we see through data, and here Cercotec also showed basically the same data, is that it's more difficult for SMEs to adopt technologies, no? Even if we talk about Industry 3.0, perhaps a little bit less so, the difference between small, medium, and the large ones, but then especially when you go to Industry 4.0 type of technologies, we see bigger gaps perhaps in terms of the adoption of technologies from between small and then large companies, for example, and then overall we see also small adoption in some of these things. Let's be mindful that this data, I'm sure it's changing constantly now. So I'm sure that some of these numbers, if we look at probably latest data, are going to be a little bit higher, but I think the difficulty and the constraint for SMEs is the same globally. So what can explain perhaps these difficulties in adopting? Why is it that SMEs cannot adopt these technologies? So we have some data from a few countries. I'm going to highlight here just the Philippines because we just published a report this year on the Philippines on growth and jobs. And I think there's some interesting and illustrative data from the Philippines. And for SMEs, a lot is the knowledge, lack of information about the technology. No? And here we're starting to link it to policy. Financing obviously is also a constraint. And then if this is a slightly different question, but what is it that leads you to try to adopt technology? We also see different answers for some of our countries. For example, just comparing Indonesia and Philippines here, we see that in Indonesia, competitive pressures are more important for firms to adopt technology more than in the Philippines. To me, that suggests a policy that can address these issues to motivate and instigate companies and firms and SMEs to adopt technology. Sorry, I'm running out of time. Again, this is the effects in the region. More importantly, what are the key implications for policy is the skills that was already mentioned, and I will look forward to hearing some other examples about this. We need to make sure that there's capital and labor mobility so that the people and capital can move to the more productive sectors that are developing in the economy as we're adopting and as technology is changing. And obviously there's a role for social protection because there will be displaced workers that will need a social protection to rely on. Yeah, I'm going to stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Christian. Now the turn is of Mijin Won, CEO of Envisioning. Mijin, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Bella Guan, CEO of ENG. I'm not here to promote a company. I'm here to share a story of our company. I'm going to share a very short video. In 2024, this is our how we begin. this is the egg dome, and this is kind of the new type of the hybrid, the smart farming, the smart farming infrastructure we have. So let's see. The 17-meter height, and there are no pillar inside. How interesting. So what I want to emphasize is that the new era it's coming here. So it's not just farming. So what I want to say is that we're building the future of agriculture. So yeah, so we are building the CDMO model because, as you know, the agriculture is really, really complicated industry, you know? So I think agriculture is not about eating or just farming only, because it has to be developed to like very high value added industries. Like nowadays, everyone eats like healthy products or pharmaceutical, so many types of things we can do that. But that is traditionally agriculture industry, you know, can be met, you know, like can be met the functional, you know, functional standard can be met by how can I say, can be met, has been struggled to bridge, you know, the R&D to the market, because conventional farming industry shouldn't be the standard, like including CGMP or GAP, the high standard, bioactive indexated, cannot be consistently met by conventional farming, because there are so many vulnerable to climate or environmental, you know, atmosphere, so many things, variability. But can you see the right side of the slide? But AgUni is different because we have the AgDom infrastructure, because AgDom, our smart factory infrastructure, we can meet the exact specifications because they can be demanded by corporates, because compound content like quality standards or specifications, very detailed, like including delivery times or standards, we can meet. This means we are not just cultivating just crops, because we can cultivate like high value added crops, including like medicinal crops or very high value added crops, all the things. So we have the production technology and infrastructure, all the things, to replicate market demands with precision. So this is why AgUni is uniquely able to apply CDMO model for pharmaceutical market too, to agriculture. So, yeah. So, so the vision is embodied is in AgDom, that picture, with the column-free structure. And AgDom can cultivate all the crops, including from the trees to medicinal crop, all the thing, and producing year-round, regardless of climate. And it's not the normal greenhouse, and it's a smart factory for agriculture, introducing process control into farming. And it's maintained by positive pressure, which means it can be prevented from dust and pesticide, and it can be cultivated by organic, all the thing. So we don't use any harmful, you know, harmful, any type of, kind of, how can I say, harmful, the uses products, anything for organic products. So, and plus, combined with grow-wide engine, AgDom can track yield and in energy use and ESG performance outcomes and all the data in real time. So it's not just kind of facility only. So it's the factory where agriculture meets data and sustainability, all the thing. So yeah, so digital farming rights, DFR. This is the main key words, what I want to emphasize for today. So the data connects directly to digital farming rights. I can tell DFRs. So some ask, is this kind of the NFT? Yeah, NFT is speculate. NFTs are speculative, but our model is real world asset, RWA. RW is kind of, in US, kind of the stable coin, but our model is RWA built on production and delivery. So at Aguni Valley, near Seoul, in Gyeonggi-do, we have our valley, and our valley contracts define compounds and quality and delivery upfront, and grow-wide engine data records every step. So harvest and revenue and ESG performance are all traceable. So participants are not mere investors, they are stakeholders tied to real production. So digital farming rice transforms not only farming, but also quality, energy, and ESG models, performance outcomes into financial products. So we've already secured the contract-based cultivation. So we've already secured the finance products. So we can providing the GFRs to our participants into the financial products. So, and this new RW awareness, Aguni is already, the first mover, I can say, in Korea for now. Yeah, so our DFR models are designed as the RWAs. Yeah, so this model is already working in South Korea for now. We can providing. And Aguni Valley, you can see it with your own eyes. And if you come to our, at Aguni Valley in South Korea, if you have any chance to come visit our valley near Seoul, if you have any chance to, visit Seoul, we can, provide to, we would like to invite you, our valley. So natural pollination by bees and growth curves managed by, the grow-wide engine. All data can track all the thing, and crops harvested and delivered under contract. And every steps are tracked, and revenue is distributed through a full pipeline. And we're now cultivating roses to big corporates, and that roses are distributing to L'Oreal Group to make the Chanel the cosmetics. So all revenues are setting, and they are specified. So yeah, this is not a concept. They are the living policy blueprint. So yeah, and for APEC nations, this is highly significant because I have had the opportunity to have a speech in Vietnam for APEC 2 months ago. Yeah, 2 months ago, and at that stage, I've emphasized the community power. So this stage is same. I think APEC is significant because we have community power too. Yeah, time is over. So yeah, so I want to say let's co-pilot this model together and let's integrate it into policy agendas from food to wellness and education together, and let's build ecosystem together. Yeah, so we are designed and prove new structure and model, and I believe we can do together again. So thank you so much, and thank you for your time and vision. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mijin. Now I invite to speak to Prasan Panis Barapok, Deputy Officer of Thailand SME. The floor is yours, Prasan Panis.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me for this panel. Today, I think I can share you what happened and about digital transformation in SME in Thailand. As like all of this panel already said that the adoption of technology is the main problem that SME can improve himself in daily nowadays in business. So let me begin with I think we believe that the world is changing, and it's changing very rapidly. The world business last 2 or 3 years is not working for today business anymore. So in Thailand, we already talking about the digital transformation for years, but the adoption rate is still very not very satisfied for the government. But last 2 years, the AI come up, and then we have to be careful about this also. Last year we talking about that AI is a threat to the employment. Many people fear and afraid that now we have to aware that AI will replace us in the employment. But today, this year, I think we barely talk about the AI threatening us for the employment anymore. This year, SME are talking about how to use the AI for making the more productivity for their business. AI 2 years ago, we are exciting about we have a generative AI that can generate the content and then can help us to create something. But this year, we have talking about the physical AI or the agentic AI. That is mean that they are more effective AI or technology that can do in the business. For the next 2 years, we believe that we will talk about the artificial general intelligence or AGI, that the technology that we have the same capacity with the human. This is very important that we have to learn about it also. Let me talk about in Thailand. In Thailand, we have study about the SME digital transformation also. When we ask the SME in Thailand that if you use the technology for improve the business, most of them talking, yes, we are using the technology. But for this survey, we have a digital readiness maturity survey in last year. We found that most of the SME use the technology, but half of them or two-thirds of them we use only the basic technology in their business. This is what we concern that because right now technology is the opportunity for the SME to improve their business. This is the picture that describes the SME in Thailand. We have many different type of SME, very cottage industry to the manufacturing that produce for the factory also. But most of them, 80% of the SME in Thailand. Sorry. For this picture, 84% of the SME in Thailand is only micro. That is the majority of the SME in Thailand, and it contribute to the business to the economy is less than the small one and the medium one. This is very very important that we have to encourage SME to use the technology to improve their business. We found that we have two challenges why SME cannot use the technology in Thailand. One is they don't know how to start or don't know how to ask anyone. And the second one is they cannot afford to the AI. Like Christian said that earlier that, okay, we have three things that we have why the digital adoption is very low. Because if they invest in the technology, it doesn't mean that they will buy more. They will sell. They will get the revenue more. So this is the two main things that we have to attack. So in Thailand, we focus on these two main things. So we create the open platform that SME can access to the technology from the government. We create many platforms that will service for SME. We turn on the offline service to be online service. And also, for example, we have one application we call SME Connect. SME Connect is like an application, mobile application that SME can download it, and then they use it to contact to the OSMEP. They can find the information. They can ask us anytime. And also, we have a web portal for SME also. We call website SME One Info. The web that contains the information about SME development from government agency and also the private agency also. So SME can find the news and the information about what is going on there, and then how they can improve themselves also in one place. Also, we have an e-learning platform we call the SME Academy 365, and so that SME can get more knowledge and then learn something new by themselves. For example, we have also we try to let them know how they can use the AI by focusing on the technology also. This is the AI. AI is now becoming more important for the business also. When we talk about the AI, I believe that most of us will think about it. Okay, AI is a ChatGPT, Gemini, but it's not. AI, there is many AI that can help the business also. And in real-time business right now, we have to use many AI combined together to get the business more effectively. For example, we use the ChatGPT to create the content, but we have to create the photo. We use the Midjourney to do this also. So the important thing is that SME should learn how to do it. And the second thing that they cannot afford the tools and the AI. So OSMEP come up with the mechanism that, okay, we subsidize for the cost that they use the new technology. For the micro one, we subsidize for 80%. So we reduce the cost of using the technology so that they can start to use it in the first year. So if they can learn it and then they use it for getting more revenue, so they next them they can afford it. So we have the business development service as a co-payment SME for the flagship of our mechanism also. This is the use case of using AI. The people who are using in the garment, they use the t-shirts. They used to have only about 50 workers. Right now, they use only 4, but they can create more revenue than they used to be. The time is running here. And the last thing that one fintech. The company, the startup in Thailand also, they use the AI for the financial industry. They call the application they call the Money Thunder. They use AI to create and then to access to the micro that they can access to the capital also. What impressed me is that the 30% they are using it, they were rejecting the user, they were rejecting from the banks, so they can get the money from this startup. And it's also that 63% of the customer are women entrepreneur. This is very helpful for the women that can access to the money also. Okay, thank you. This is the use case in Thailand that I can show you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prasan Panis. Now I invite to give his presentation to Jian Bang from the OECD Secretary. The floor is yours, Jian Bang.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jian Bang. I'm policy analyst from the OECD. I'm the last presenter of this session. So all this importance of SME digitalization, I think it's covered by the earlier presenter to the national economy, or the specific factor like employment, or as also the farm level. And there are many useful best practices from Thailand case as well. So today I'm going to add a bit of analytical angle to what we have discussed already. So there are the trends and challenges that drawing from the OECD research paper, and also some of the government policies that we've done on research that drawing also from APEC and OECD countries, and a way forward is what I'm going to cover today. So first, trend. So I'd like to set the scene first. So let's reflect on this question, whether SMEs will get the opportunity from this digitalization, or whether it's going to be the risk that exacerbate the gap between large company and SMEs. It is widely considered that the digitalization can be the unprecedented benefit for SMEs, because this can be a tool to help SMEs to overcome the size-related issues. So productivity is always the constant challenge for SMEs. And based on OECD estimate, SMEs can get this 0.6% of productivity gain by adopting AI technology. And also other institute has the similar figures for this. And also for other sectors, for accessibility of business tools, because digitalization would allow SMEs to have this pay-as-you-go service, so that without having a large upfront investment, SMEs still can use business tools by just paying the subscription fee. And also it will enhance the flexibility to adapt the changes and fluctuation of market condition by increase their analytical skill. The productivity we mentioned earlier, and it would also facilitate the sustainability aspect as well. But the thing is, all of these benefits can be earned for the SMEs only when SMEs are in the part of this digital transformation. But in reality, based on the data, SMEs are still lagging behind in this adoption of digital transition. This survey is, we do it annually, so we can see the trend of it, but actually the gap is widening annually. And especially, although there is this big push over the COVID pandemic period, that's 30 to 60% of SMEs actually increased their use of digital technology during this period. But the gap is still widening. And if you see the big data figure here, then you can see the difference between the tools that use very simplistic function and those which needs a more advanced technology. And you can see the SMEs are lagging, especially for those more sophisticated and more complicated technology that actually can bring a real change by adopting digitalization. So this can be the issue. And this trend is also confirmed by the survey evidence as well. So we have this D4 SME survey. And the companies in this survey is usually those who are already adopt some level of digitalization. But still, you can see that the proportion is still low. And the example of use cases are also limited to simple tools like translation or generating marketing contents, etc. So we can see the difference of the use cases between large company and SMEs. And one thing from the trend, what we need to also remember is the digital adoption patterns vary across sectors. And then not every SMEs would need the highest level of digitalization. So if you see this ICT sector, then you can see that they are using many different technology, all balanced. But then for the construction sector or accommodation sector, they are low in uptake rate, and also the technology they use is very limited. So the next is challenge. So to identify what SMEs are facing, we use this TOE approach. This is one of the tools that can break down the challenges into a different perspective so that it's easier for policymakers to design the policy that address the specific part of the challenges. So for this one, this technology means whether this technology itself is accessible, whether it is not complicated, whether it is interoperable, or whether it is applicable. So the technology itself can be the challenge. And for SMEs, they usually need an easy type of plug and play type of low complexity solution. So when the policymaker designed the policy, also lower the barrier to access the technology can be one of the angles that we need to consider. And for the organization, this is the usual challenges that we usually say that what SMEs has. So this is talent shortages or limited access to a strategic asset, or the skill shortages or talent, and also this is related to management capacity as well. So not only the step, but management capacity or commitment is also related to this category. And external environment is not only the regulation or infrastructure, but also the peer pressure or partnership, all those things that can push SMEs to adopt a new technology can be also categorized into this category. And on top of this, there are usual size-related challenges for SMEs. That's access to strategic asset and also rather unfavorable business environment. And survey also echo the same trend. They say that the time of training or the cost-related issue is one of the biggest challenge. And also some external factor like digital privacy concern or copyright or legal part is also considered as a challenge that SME has. So to address all those challenges, the policy can play a key role. And because the challenge is multifaceted, as we saw before, the policy also need to have a holistic approach. So for the data, that is from the technology side. So it's accessible and quality data sets where those resources that has lower level of accessibility is what government can help SMEs to adopt the new technology. And for human capital and also access to finance that's related to organizational factor. And providing training or helping them to have more talent and to access to finance like guarantees or loan equity. Those tools can be help SMEs to adopt technology. And focusing on this digital maturity is also one of the primary factor that the government need to consider, because it's usually SMEs lack data and especially the scalability of data that can be required for advanced analytic skills. So even though they don't have the technology now, maturing the digital culture itself can be a long-term goal for government to pursue. There are some examples that I brought from the paper that there are, but I'm sure that there is accessible code that you can also see from maybe later, because I'm kind of lack of time. So there are Belgium and Finland, and there are other countries example as well. And I brought some of the example from the APEC countries that I think one of the characteristics is they try to use the partnership with the private sector to make most of the expertise from the technology provider. So I think that is one of the characteristics. And a way forward, there are priority that I can see the insight from the research, but the one thing from this setting, I think the last one is what we need to prioritize, building more evidence and building more comparable data, and also sharing session and sharing all those experiences, whether successful or not. So this can be one of the kind of nudging factor that SMEs and also country to facilitate their digital journey. And these are some of the advertisement of what OECD does on this sector. And because digitalization of SMEs is the priority of OECD and also APEC. So there are many research and also designated platform called D4SME. That is a newer one. And the key objective of this is we try to ensure that SMEs are not left behind this digitalization, but to be integrated in the transformation so that they can also enjoy all those benefits from the digitalization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jian Bang. Now we have 20 minutes of question and answers. So first of all, the floor is open for any question that the audience can have about the presentation that we have listened.
Hello, my name is Myung-soo. I'm the CEO of the Penn Ventures. Thank you for your kind explanation about the policy on the SMEs digitalization. So all of you have mentioned about the industry sector digitalization and then how we can move forward. But I think that over that, there's a sector, for example, in South Korea, for the SMEs people, the benefit from the Seoul region and the rural area is different. I think that even for the Bangkok in Thailand, it's the same happening. So, and then the level of the people, I mean, for example, seniority, my parents' generation, they still do a lot of business on the SMEs, but it's really hard to get the benefit from that sector people, to get the benefit from those, the digitalization support from the government. So how we can solve that problem and then that challenges.
Any from the panel who would like to answer this question? Please, go ahead.
Okay, I think we share the same situation in Thailand and in South Korea also. Actually, we build a policy that we are the general to each SME. The use case that I show you, the garment the entrepreneur that build garment business. I think right now he is 70 years old already. He started the business very long time for more than 10 years. But when he want to get the help or the policy the policy help him by using the same like a general mechanism that everyone can do also, because in Thailand anyone can apply for the substitution, and then they can try to use the knowledge or can they ask OSMEP to for which project or which is which kind of the policy that they will help them to get more to adopt the technology. I think the government should issue the general mechanism and general program that anyone can use in Thailand.
Any another question from the floor?
Thank you. Morning. Question for Mr. Felipe. You mentioned in your presentation for micro enterprises, the adoption of basic technologies for micro enterprises. So what we're seeing now, especially from where I'm from in Malaysia, a lot of micro and small enterprises now have fully adopted e-commerce punya transactions. But what we're seeing now is that there's a congestion of platforms. What these platforms offer is convenience for the consumers, but there is also a certain cost attached to these platforms. So as a business owner, for me to be able to satisfy masses, I have to subscribe to multiple platforms. And now we're seeing slowly that there's a increase in the cost of goods, the products or service because of multiple platforms. In your opinion, should there be regulation or policy to kind of control competition between these platforms, or are we still not yet at the stage where we need to take such actions? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. I think the main issue here is that, of course, you can have competition across platform, but usually every enterprise wants to be in the same platform, not because there are some platforms that usually dominate market because they have the higher share of enterprise or the higher share of consumers. So each one sees each other in the platform. So if you promote the competition, I don't think you are going to solve this problem, because you are still going to have one that is dominated the market. So maybe yes, you would need some type of regulation that maybe that control that prices. I don't know, are not so far away from marginal cost. But actually, we don't have yet that problem because we are still in the beginning, in which we are promoting small MSME to be part of platform. So we are just teaching them or increasing their capability to compete in this type of platform. But I think, yes, we would need to think what to do with platforms, because if you think the international platform, everyone want to be in Amazon or eBay or any type of that platform. Not so it's like I think we need to think that by not preventing a market competition, but at the same time be super conscious that usually this type of competition end on one platform dominating the market, and of course the price of being on the platform is quite high, and this reduces the benefit from MSME. Is anyone who would like to add something to the question? Yes, please.
Yeah, maybe I can add some perspective on this. I think it's easy to think that it's maybe unfair if this platform would take all those profit per se, and then although it provides them some convenience to the SMEs, but maybe it's too much. is maybe most people's usual kind of feeling. But then if you think about the time that we don't have this platform, then for SMEs, if they have to build from the scratch, if they have to have all those services and also maintenance team, then that means that actually give much more pressure on SME, and when they want to be digitalized, want to sell something on the e-commerce, then they need to make a much bigger upfront cost. But this subscription, of course, there is continuous maintenance cost, but compared to the previous, I think it's still beneficial for SMEs. So what we, as a government policy maker, can do is maybe help to kind of nudge this large company to provide more services to the SMEs and to create some kind of programs that can have partnership with SMEs and the platform at the same time. So that can be the solution.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the panel? No? Do we have?
Thank you so much. My question is to Christian. In one of your slides, a very beautiful presentation, which you discussed the uneven benefits of technology adoption, especially the implication side. I wanted to know, because here you're looking at more on industries, but in other sectors like tourism, the creative industries, agriculture, and others, what are some of the realities or rhetorics of the adoption of digital technologies to jobs? Because in your presentation, you mentioned some of the jobs that are routine. For instance, robots can take care of it. But some very complex tasks, what are the opportunities for SMEs to design programs that would use technology, but also has a positive impact on employment?
Yeah, that's a tough question. I mean, you think about creative industry, right? I mean, now AI is producing things, right? And there's a whole question of how much are we going to let AI produce creative content. One is the issue of where they're going to get the information from for some things, and that's their IP issues there. But also, what happens to the artists? I mean, the voices you see, even in U.S. and Hollywood, the artists are complaining and about AI-generated people and they're going to be substituted. So it's a tough question. I don't know. I think it's a discussion that needs to be had. Can you stop it? I'm not sure. What do you do as a society? I think those are questions that we're discussing right now. Everybody, globally, I think. Everywhere, but the creative industry is one of them. One that we just, I think a few years ago, most people didn't think it was going to affect, and now we see that it's already here and it's already affecting. On tourism, I think it can be used in a number of different ways. Yes, again, I think you're going to have some displacement effects for sure for some more the routine tasks, but they can generate a lot of information and a lot for sustainability purposes, for client-facing type of interactions that may be able to help. So I think that, you'll have to see it, and I don't have details for the different sectors, but I think you really need to see, again, the technical feasibility is one thing, and also, but the economic viability, because in some countries, the prices are different for labor and for technology. And those are sometimes very country specific, and that affects how much of the technology can be adopted in any given sector or even subsector. Sorry that I can't answer better than that.
Now I have a question for the four panelists. So what is the main challenge that prevents digital adoption by MSMEs? How can public policies or private initiatives address this issue? So the floor is yours.
Actually, I had that question for you because you're dealing with firms directly as Cercotec, as the agency that it's actually working with the SMEs and especially micro. So I actually had the same question. So perhaps maybe you guys can help us answer that.
So if anyone wants to answer this question, please go ahead. It's about what is the main challenge that prevents digital adoption by MSME and how can public policies or private initiative address this issue? Anyone?
Can you repeat that again?
What is the main challenge that prevents digital adoption by MSME, and how can public policies or private initiatives address this issue?
I would say the same thing that I presented earlier, because the main challenge is that SME, especially for this moment of the world business, is very tough. In Thailand, I believe I can show you in Thailand situation also. In Thailand, in SME right now in this year, they are stagnant for the sale. They cannot sell like in what you present before, that the Chilean sale nation is dropped by very significant. In Thailand also, if there are two types of the SME in Thailand. One, they have to work for it to get better, so that they can challenge and they can compete with the business also. But the second one, which is really a lot of them right now are stagnant because they don't know how to improve themselves. So in Thailand, government, the Thailand government, Royal Thailand government, try to encourage them to get more capacity and to building their capacity more, and then to learn the new thing that they can add for the productivity for their business. One problem that we asked SME is that why didn't you apply or adopt the technology? They also said that the investment is very scary, because the investment is what they are avoiding right now. So Thailand try to attack this by subsidize for example for the co-payment. If they invest for 100, we pay them 50, and they pay off 50. This is how we are doing it right now, and I think it's very successful because many SME try to build their business or get more productivity by adopting the technology, by using the mechanism.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the panel that would like to answer this question?
So what I'll say is, so we have, as you saw, we have some data, and OECD obviously has a lot of additional data as well, and we see the main issues. A lot of it is information. They don't know about the technology, they don't know how to adopt it, so there's issues of skills and knowledge, and the financing, no? And in many countries, for example in Thailand, the issue of the financing, that at least from what we see, there's plenty of liquidity in the financial sector. It's just that somehow it's much harder especially for banks, to finance that type of investment, okay? So we need to look for new ways to be able to finance those investments, given also the concerns of the knowledge and the capacity of SMEs to adopt those technologies. Because again, it's not just an issue of the cost, it's not just an issue of knowing what the technology is, understanding, can I use it? But then there's a lot of additional training and capacity that needs to be had at the company level to actually adopt and to incorporate those technologies in your production, whatever your production may be, whether in manufacturing or services. So it's not an easy task, especially for an SME, where you don't have people that are available sometimes with the capacity, with the skills to be able to not just identify what the technology is, but also how do you incorporate it in your production. So I think that leads to policies, to areas of policies where governments need to work on, not just on the financing side, but also on the capacity building, on helping SMEs to actually be able to identify the technologies, but also how do you incorporate the technologies in your production.
Thank you very much, Christian. Jan, Mijin, would you like to add something or?
Me?
Yes.
As for finance,
No, it's about what is the main challenge that prevents digital adoption by MSME, and how can public policies or private initiative, in your case, address this issue?
here I'm the only one, the entrepreneurs. So so complicated to tell something, but one thing that I can share, I would like to something to share with you, is like I'm an ag-tech startup CEO. So I have been struggle to get fundraising to transforming especially to transforming to digital or to something everything, because agriculture industry is too complicated. We need infrastructure, including land and hardware, facility, and people, labor, seed, ingredient, all of thing I need. I think agriculture is the hardest industry in every industry thing. So as for me, what I want to say is like, so in private sector, I think we should create participation. So as I said before during my presentation, making community, especially in APEC countries. I think compared to any other countries, APEC countries are strong to, making, building community. Like, I don't know exact what type of, subsidy program or something. For example, World Bank or OECD, subsidy program. I don't know exact what type of that we can use, we can apply. But if anything our startup can apply, we have to do that. So for example, I would like to suggest to Malaysia team, in South Korea, we have Aguni, we have our valley. That size, our valley size is about, I don't know the exact number, but it's about maybe 80,000 square meter, something, near Seoul, very, very large. That can be POC in South Korea. So if any chance to do co-pilot in South Korea first, and then we can do that. The reason why I can say like this, we've already secured the infrastructure for now, and then after we do pilot, and then we can do pilot in Malaysia after do it with subsidy or any fund, and after that, like this. So, yeah, so, yeah. So if anyone is interested in DFR is kind of, based in RWA, real world assets, based in CDMO model. CDMO model is, which has been already secured in contract based from, corporates, B2B, big corporates. So demands is the most important thing. Not starting from cultivation. Demands is the most important thing, and we've secured the demands first, and then cultivation starting. So all, pipelines are, definite, so we can do that. So we can start to, building community. So I just want to do, working together, building community. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
The time rounds out. Thank you very much to everyone for being here, for your question, and for the panelists for the presentation and for the answer. That is for our side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Why don't you give another big round of applause to the moderator and all panelists. Thank you very much once again. Please return your seats. Thank you. Yes, our discussion shed light where we stand in digital transformation and the hurdles we face and the success stories that lead the way. Thank you very much to exchange precious experiences and knowledge for this in this discussion session. Thank you. We'll now break for lunch. As I mentioned earlier, the lunch will take place at Delija, located just beside this hall, just next door. Yes, so you can just find out the location, the Delija restaurant through the screen. Kindly note that your name tag is required for entry. For those with a badge or with a badge missing the barcode, please step by the registration desk to have one issued. So you must wear the name badge if you would like to enter the restaurant. So, and those who have not the barcode on your name badge, please step by the registration desk. And just a gentle reminder, if you have not had the chance to receive your commemorative gift, please do not forget to collect yours on the way out. So we'll give you the commemorative gift at the entrance as well. So please collect yours. And for those who have not yet scanned the barcode on your name tag at the entrance, we kindly ask you to scan it before proceeding. So those who have not scanned the barcode on your name badge, please scan it at the entrance of this hall. Thank you very much once again. Please enjoy your meal. So we'll back at 1 p.m. with the second session. Thank you. 감사합니다. 저희 잠시 안내드리겠습니다.
Some housekeeping remarks. We will be providing lunch at Delizia. You need to make sure that you have a barcode on your name tags. Visit the information desk to receive a barcode for your name tags. For those of you who have yet to pick up a gift,
apologize for the delay. The 2025 APEC Forum will begin shortly. The second session for today's forum will be shortly. Thank you very much for your understanding. And please wait for us. Stay with us for a while. Thank you. 감사합니다. 조금 늦어져서 죄송합니다.
We are a little bit behind.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you will have a pleasant lunch break with renewed energy. Would like to begin the session 2 for today's forum. Thank you very much for being with us today once again. Yes, so we'll now begin the second session. This session focused on financial innovation through policy finance and public-private partnerships. So we'll have 5 presentations through this session. First of all, it is my great honor to invite to the podium Mr. Kim Hyun-woo, Director of Korea SMEs and Startups Agency, who will present the presentations on Prosperity Network Loan. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I would like to speak in Korean. I am the first presenter for the second session, and I would like to present under the Co-Prosperity Network Loan. I am Kim Hyun-woo of COSME. Maybe for those of you who are not from Korea are unfamiliar with this, but in Korea, the public organizations provides a loan of about 5 trillion won per year to provide loans to SMEs. That is quite different from other countries. What I would like to present today is the Co-Prosperity Network Loan that is supported by the government and also the large companies. As you're well aware, in Korea, the structure of SMEs is that they are a part of the supply chain of large companies. Half of the SMEs in Korea are suppliers to large companies in Korea. And so, in order to foster SMEs, we need to have win-win growth with large companies. That is very important in the Korean structure. And so from this aspect, that is why we are providing the Co-Prosperity Network Loan. I would like to follow the following table of contents. I will start with implementation all the way to future plans. First, the implementation overview. As I mentioned before, the Co-Prosperity Network Loan drives win-win growth between large and SMEs. So it is a way for us to stabilize the growth of SMEs so that we have win-win growth with large companies. This is different from previous support because this is a policy loan for win-win growth between large companies and SMEs. The SMEs that receive the loan will be able to secure stable supply of production capital, preventing chain bankruptcies. Furthermore, we will be able to foster regional flagship industries, including new industries within the area. Next, let me go to background and progress. Recently, in Korea, SMEs have been exposed to the risks of high interest rates and changes in management environment. The government of Korea wishes to foster new industries as well as local companies outside of the greater capital area. Against this backdrop, rather than providing unilateral support, we wish to have large companies and SMEs collaborate to create a win-win growth ecosystem. This is the progress that we had gone through. In 2023, we launched a dedicated task force. Then we came up with an operational model for the loan. And last year, for the first time, we have confirmed the 100 billion won budget for the 2024 project. And this year, we will be operating a fund worth 139.5 billion won for 2025. This is the support system. There is a very specific support system for this type of loan. As you see on the slide, the ordering company, which are the large companies, will sign a contract with COSME, and we will recommend SMEs. The ordering company will then give an order to the contracted SME, and the contracted SME will apply for a network loan. An average structure would be to have the payment after delivery, but we will provide a network loan after receiving an order. And once the contracted SME delivers to the ordering company, then the ordering company will pay the COSME. The contracted SMEs can have up to 1.5 billion won in loans per year. Let's now take a look at a prime example. The prime example is K Shipbuilding Next Generation Leading Strategy. Hyundai Samho was the first company that we contracted. We also work with Hyundai Heavy Industries, and we have expanded our contracts with other companies within the shipbuilding industry. As you're well aware, in Korea, there are many orders for Korean ships, and so there are issues with shortage of funds and not being able to pay back loans in time. And so because SMEs are going through such difficulties, this win-win loan will provide not only funds but also consulting services so that we can look forward to boosting productivity of SMEs, which will then translate into higher revenues and retention of jobs. Next, let's take a look at expected effects. For the contracted SMEs, they will have early access to production capital even before delivery, which means that they will have a stable production capital. And they will also be utilizing this capital to reinvest into their business to create a virtuous cycle of growth. There is no repayment obligation after delivery, as the repayment will happen through the ordering companies, which will mean that we will be able to mitigate the risk of chain bankruptcies. For the ordering companies, which are the large companies, they will be able to support partner companies without incurring additional costs. They will also be able to build trust, and they will also be able to secure flexible payment methods. Let's talk about future plans. The Co-Prosperity Network Loan will expand projects and strengthen external promotion to ensure sustained adoption as the best practice model for voluntary cooperation for regional large companies and SMEs. We will continue to expand our projects and promote activities. Not only will we be providing loans, but we will also look into additional support that we can provide to maximize the results of this loan system. COSME is not the only organization providing support for SMEs. We will be collaborating with regional governments as well as other companies within the region to provide a one-stop service. Thank you very much for your attention.
적지 않은 중소기업들이 만성적인 자금난을 겪고 있습니다.
From high interest rates to to rising exchange rates, SMEs face mounting loan costs, increasing production expenses, and chronic financial difficulties.
가장 힘든 부분이 이제 국경일, 명절 때 보면은 매출이 급감하게 떨어져요.
협력업체에 대한 신속한 대금 지급 등의
제작 비용이 많이 들어가기 때문에 적절한 시점에 자금이 투입이 되어야 되는데
유동성 자금이 좀 많이 어렵죠.
신용이나 담보 여력이 낮은 기업은 필요한 신규 자금을 선제적으로 조달하기는 매우 어려운 상황입니다.
지난 몇 년간 지속된 글로벌 공급망 이슈와 원자재 가격 인상으로 인해서 자금 조달에 어려움을 겪는 협력업체들도
To overcome these challenges, everyone is joining forces in the spirit of shared growth and cooperation. A tailored policy financing program ensures smooth access to production funds for SMEs, the Co-Prosperity Network Loan.
원청의 기업인 현대미포조선에서 신청해보지 않겠냐고 금리를 보전해준다 하니까
최근 K1호선 수주 증가인으로 인해 주저하는 선박의 부품의 수요도 함께 늘어나면서 자금 확보가 더욱 중요해졌습니다.
동방성장 협약을 통해서 추천받게 되었습니다.
네트워크로는 중진공의 신용 공유와 대출 지원을 통해 협력사가 안정적으로 자금을 확보할 수 있도록 돕는 지원 제도입니다.
발주서를 가지고 중소기업들이 단기 자금을 확보할 수 있다는 사업이라는 점에 참여를 결심하게 되었습니다.
운영하기 때문에 신속하게 빠르게 자금 투입이 가능합니다.
빨리 대출이 나오는 게 장점이고
일반 대출보다 심사기간이 짧고 이자율도 낮아졌습니다.
비용 감소가 가장 효과적으로 와닿았고
가장 큰 장점은 협력사가 안정적으로 운영 자금을 확보할 수 있다는 점입니다.
협력회사들이 안정적인 자금 확보를 통해서 생산 안정성을 확보할 수 있다는 점이라고 생각합니다.
이를 통해 협력사와 원활한 거래 관계를 유지할 수 있으며 대기업은 신뢰성 있고 지속 가능한 공급망을 구축할 수 있다는 점.
Through the Co-Prosperity Network loan, ordering companies and subcontractors can grow together and realize the true value of win-win cooperation.
향후 중소벤처기업진흥공단은 중소벤처기업부와 함께 지역 주력산업 및 신산업 분야와 대기업의 참여를 더욱 확대하고 대중소기업 간 자율적 협력을 유도하는 우수 사례 발굴 및 다양한 정책 지원 사업을 연계함으로써 협력 중소기업과 지방 소재 기업이 지속적인 성장을 도모할 수 있는 상생 생태계를 구축해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Please give a big hand. Thank you. Thank you very much. We've just watched the promotional video clip for the Co-Prosperity Network Loan. And once again, thank you very much, Director Kim, to present such an outstanding message through the presentation. Yes, which clearly showed how policy finance can strengthen the growth of SMEs and startups. Thank you very much once again. Now we'd like to move on to the next presentation by Mr. Lee Jae-hyung, Director of Small Enterprise and Market Service. He will deliver the presentation on the theme of lowering barriers, expanding support. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lee Jae-hyung, working at the Small Enterprise and Market Service. The title of my presentation is Lowering Barriers, Expanding Support. I'd like to discuss how we are supporting SMEs and micro enterprises in terms of their financing so that they can proceed with digital transformation. We are trying to lessen the financial burdens of micro enterprises so that they can continue to prosper through their business. This is the table of content of my presentation. First, I would like to give you an overview of small businesses in Korea, and then I'd like to discuss the background of the financial measures for small businesses in crisis, and then I would like to introduce to you two major policies: loan repayment extension measures and debt refinancing support, and finally, I will share with you the insights and introduction to our organization. When you look at the overview, the share of micro enterprises is significant in the Korean economy. As you can see here, out of the total business establishments, 95.4% of them are micro enterprises, and they support 28.65 million people in the Korean economy. And when you compare this to other OECD countries, our percentages are much higher, which means that micro enterprises do support the Korean economy. Therefore, their survival and growth is significant to the economic growth of Korea. However, when economies struggle, then micro businesses will suffer more significantly, especially after the COVID-19. We have seen an increase in interest rates and contraction in the market and demand, therefore causing more burden on micro enterprises. As you can see here, in 2021, delinquency ratio was 0.5 only, but in the fourth quarter of 2024, it has gone up to 1.5%. And also the rising delinquency rates among highly indebted, low credit self-employed individuals has been increasing. And their reliance on non-bank financial institutions has been growing as well. So to respond to the situation during the COVID-19 and after the pandemic, the Korean government has been providing diverse support measures. The 686.1 billion won of debt in 2019 has gone up to more than 1 trillion, and we have now been experiencing major external challenges, and there were two phases of government support and injection, and the two policy measures that I'm going to introduce are within this context. Today, in my presentation, I'd like to highlight two key policy measures. The first one is loan repayment extension measure, and the second is debt refinancing support. And in this process, digital transformation and public-private partnerships were critical in implementing these policies. First of all, the first action was extending loan repayment deadlines. As many loans became mature in 2024, many small enterprises were not able to repay their loans, and so they were about to go bankrupt, and more than 21,000 micro business owners were in crisis. And in order to help relieve their burden, we've decided to offer them an opportunity to extend the deadlines by up to 5 years. But the speed was a matter, because within 4 months, 21,000 small business owners needed help. However, in-person applications were too slow because there were so many people and documents that they had to provide in order to get that extension. And as you know, micro business owners are very busy conducting their business, so it was too much of a burden for them. Therefore, we decided to leverage data portability rights. The Korean government, with the My Data service provided by the Ministry of Interior, individuals have the right to control their own personal data. And when small business owners give consent of using their data, then the government is able to pull together data from many different institutions, including the financial institutions, so that we could proceed with the review of the application. So from the online application to the review and the final decision, we were able to do this in one-stop manner. And this type of digital transformation was able to deliver this policy very quickly. With just one click, small business owners were able to get their deadline extended, and we were able to provide this type of support to every business owner that needed the support. The second policy is debt refinancing support. During the rising interest rates period, many business owners had to borrow money at very high rates. And you can see this gap of interest rates between large and small business owners. And there was an increasing burden of interest payment. And so the government decided to offer debt refinancing support. However, here we had two obstacles. First, we have 6.5 million business owners, but we had some limitations in manpower and the physical network. Secondly, there was limitations in accessing loan informations, and for business owners to get their loan information and submit all the documentations to the government, it took 30 days for completion. So this was such a lengthy process, and we had to accelerate this entire process. And we were able to address this issue through public-private partnership. We collaborated with 12 commercial banks in Korea, and we were able to open the service windows to 5,000 nationwide. So business owners in wherever they are were able to apply for their debt refinancing support. And data sharing was key once again in this policy program. We were able to get access to small business owners' information and data through the financial system, and we were able to shorten the period. And also with the voluntary participation of private sector participants, we were able to complete this type of process within just one business day. And the business owners were able to get this benefit in one-stop refinancing loan system. So this debt refinancing support has been very successful because we had the participation of the small business owners, banks, credit information agencies, as well as the government agencies. So these two successful cases show how we can make small business support programs scalable, digital, and collaborative. And I believe that digital transformation can help improve the effectiveness of policies for SMEs. We can deliver policies and these support programs very quickly, utilizing digital tools and technologies. And we were able to do so because the Ministry of SMEs and Startups has in-depth understanding of small business owners, as well as the Small Enterprise and Market Service, an organization that has in-depth understanding of what's happening in the micro business world. And we will continue to work hard to strengthen support for small business owners, and we will continue to expand public-private partnerships so that small business owners can receive policy finance support anywhere, anytime. I'd like to ask for your continued support and interest in our operations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much once again for your presentation. Yes, he shared the real-world cases of small business benefiting from financial support policies. Yes, we truly appreciate the presentation of these valuable examples. Thank you very much once again. Now I'd like to introduce our third esteemed speaker, who is Mr. Kim Jae-woo, Center Director of the Korea Federation of Credit Guarantee Foundations. He will discuss the digital transformation of guarantee process through financial institution collaboration. Please welcome him with a big hand.
As they have been introduced, I am Kim Jae-woo from KORAG. Through collaboration with banks and the financial sector, we are working on digital transformation. Ever since COVID-19, digital transformation has been accelerated, changing the fundamental way of working with customers. We are seeing that the financial sector increasingly becomes non-contact services, and we are seeing that many mobile services are being provided. At our organization, in line with the development of digital technologies, we are working on digital transformation for the convenience of our customers. Today, I would like to provide you with an overview of our organization, limitations of the current process, and need for improvement, as well as a step-by-step digital transformation process. KORAG, in order to have the sound development of regional credit guarantee, we have been established, and we work on standardization, establishing a digital system, as well as training for the staff. We do have a long name for our organization, and so that is why I would like to call ourselves KORAG, and also the foundation, CGF. We are located in Sejong City, and the fund is located, it has with 17 head offices in 156 branches. There are about 2,000 people working hard to execute our mission. We actually have a 43.6 trillion won balance for our guarantees. For the SMEs who do not have a underwriting asset, we would establish a guarantee fund, and we would be able to provide a re-guarantee fund through CORAC in order to build the financial stability of the SMEs. Ever since there is a crisis, we would provide quick and proactive support for SMEs, and you can see that 96% of our funds go to SMEs. So you can see that we are indeed a dedicated organization for providing guarantee to the SMEs. Here are the current process. In the case of Korea, the loan agency and the banks, they are separated so that we can make sure that there's no moral hazard. But because the guarantee agency and banks are separated, it's very difficult for the SMEs to work with both. From the customer's perspective, they actually need to visit the guarantee agency and banks for a total of 5 times, and they needed to hand in 11 different types of documents, which took a long time. And so, in order to reduce the limitations of these processes, by enhancing the convenience and the work efficiency, and to respond to changes in the environment, we needed a digital transformation of the guarantee process. Digital transformation starts with building a foundation, the process innovation, and full on-tact system. First is the implementation of an integrated information system. With the guarantee agencies and the banks, we actually provide guarantee approval and agreement, as well as guarantee fee collection through the banks themselves. By doing so, we would enhance the convenience of the customers as well as the efficiency of the work. And we will transform all the way to fully being untacked. For step 2 is the reduction of required documents. For customers utilizing guarantee services and banks is that it takes a very long time to prepare the documentation. They need to actually visit the agencies themselves or have the documents issued online. The customers, there were so many documents that they needed to write, and so what we did was to reduce the number of documents that were required by 82% by utilizing the guarantee consultation services and other services. So that means that with an 82% decrease in required documents, the guarantee processing time was reduced, and we only need to visit the GCFs once instead of a total of 5 times compared to the past. The third is the implementation of full on-tact service. Through step 1 and step 2, we have been able to enhance the convenience, but nevertheless, the customers needed to visit the foundation, and that would take time. Ever since COVID-19, there was a bigger demand for guarantee services, and so in order to minimize the cost by reducing existing infrastructure and also to make sure that we have minimum risk of contamination through untaxed services, we have established our system with the local banks. With the untaxed services that are available, we can concentrate on the guarantee demand and mitigate bottlenecks, and we were also able to reduce the number of visits to the different agencies. By utilizing bank apps, we can provide untaxed services, but not all banks provided these services. In 2023, by establishing a single window, we were able to provide untaxed services for the full spectrum, which meant that customers had more choices that they could choose from. And we also provide GPS-based systems, which were services that could not be provided by existing banks in the past. By establishing a self-developed app, we can have our staff visit the on-site, but without even such a visit, we can actually utilize this app, utilizing the GPS services to check if the
work on site is happening as written in the documentation. From the staff perspective, they didn't have to go all the way on site, and from the SME's perspective, they did not have to accommodate these visits. And so we are providing fully untaxed services thanks to this app. Through digital transformation, we were able to reduce the number of visits and also simplify 82% of the documents, and 50% of the customers actually can utilize our guarantee services without visiting the foundation. You can see that 49.4% of all services are untagged this year. And for the first half of this year, we are seeing that the reduction of site inspections have become almost half of that of last year. And that actually is saving us 25,000 man-hours. And you can see that almost 100% of public data is being viewed online. Whatever app customers are selecting, we are actually connecting the 보증 드림 app that we have developed with the banks so that the customers can have higher convenience, whatever the app that they select. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Director Kim, for discussing the digital transformation of guarantee process. Thank you very much once again. Now I'd like to invite to the podium Mr. Lee Go-nu, Center Director of the Korean Technology Finance Corporation. He will deliver his presentation on Kotek's Technology Commercialization Support System. Fostering innovation through public-private partnership. Please welcome him with a big hand.
안녕하세요. 오늘 발표를
Good afternoon, everyone. As was introduced, I'm Lee Gwa-nu from Kotek. It is my great pleasure to be giving this presentation to all of you from APEC member economies. You can see that the previous presentations were great, but then for us, I'd like to introduce to you our own system, which differentiates us from other agencies. And we are an institution that deals with the most number of technology transactions, and I am the lead of Global Cooperation Center and the head of the Technology Transaction Center was supposed to be here, but I'm more handsome and good looking, and that is maybe why I'm here. Well, I guess it was funny. Thank you. I would like to talk about the technology commercialization support system, especially the technology transfer support system in particular. This is the contents of my presentation. First, I'd like to discuss Kotek's overview of tech transfer and IP guarantee, and I'd like to share with you some of the key performance figures of Kotek, and I will move on to the public-private partnerships and platforms, and finally, I'm going to give you an overview of the global business cooperation projects that we're involved in. First of all, our tech transfer business and the IP guarantee products. Well, Kotek was established in 1989, and since then we've been working hard to become a specialized agency in technology transfer business. We were established in April 1989, and the Tech Bridge and Tech Innovation Center were open in 2014, and this was when we started our tech transfer business in earnest. And we were designated as an agency dedicated to SMEs tech transactions in 2021, and now we have the Smart Tech Bridge that was opened in December 2022, so we support online and offline tech transaction services. We have 65 offices around the country, and more than 100,000 contact points have been established, and we have 8 tech innovation centers across the country, and these 8 centers are in charge of tech transactions. And this is the process of tech transfer commercialization support business. We collect tech information from universities and research centers and SMEs through our Smart Tech Bridge, and we utilize our Smart Tech Bridge as well as our 8 tech innovation centers to be a matchmaker between technology suppliers and technology users. And we provide finance. We have this IP acquisition guarantee program that is a financial support for tech transactions. We have the IP acquisition guarantee. There are 3 steps. First of all, acquisition fund. When you sign a contract for technology transfer, we have the acquisition fund support. And secondly, the second step is technology completion fund. And finally, step 3 is the commercialization or mass production fund. So these are the 3 steps where we provide IT acquisition guarantee financial support. This is the workflow of the IP valuation guarantee. I'm not sure how you're familiar with IP valuation guarantee, but when a company applies for a loan to a bank, then they will also apply for a guarantee to COTEC. And COTEC is in charge of evaluating intellectual property, and based on that, a loan will be executed. This is a typical guarantee system, but for us, we have the IP valuation guarantee where depending on the level of their IP value, there will be a different limits set and guarantee will be provided accordingly. But IP valuation is done by experts like scientists and professors, and to be able to accelerate this process so that more companies can benefit from IP valuation guarantee, we utilize the Kibo Patent Appraisal System, KPAS. There's KPAS 1 and KPAS 2. So KPAS 1 is about IP value grading system, and the second one is IP value calculation system. And we have the IP valuation guarantee, which is about valuating the IP, and there are guarantees provided. And we also have IP fast track, and then finally IP grade system. For IP fast track and IP grade, as I mentioned, we utilize the KPAS or the Kibo Patent Appraisal System to accelerate the process. Secondly, I'd like to share with you some of the key performance figures and achievements. Since 2014 to 2025, more than 6,000 companies received tech transfer, and more than $500 million of tech transfer guarantee has been provided for more than 10 years. And in 2023, we have 1,523 tech transfers by COTEC. And in our country, we account for about 15% of the total tech transfer transactions in Korea. So our business is quite significant. Now I'd like to focus on the public-private partnerships and the Smart Tech Bridge, our AI-based tech bridge that we launched in 2024. This is the Smart Tech Bridge. Using this service, we're able to explore technologies that are needed by SMEs, and about 1.4 technologies have been supplied and 14,000 technologies have been in demand. And with our excellent talent and cooperation with universities and research centers on our network, they provide technology support so that SMEs can carry out their technology innovation. Next, this is our partnership with the private sector. Basically, we utilize the Smart Tech Bridge to provide support, and private sector agencies, they carry out the brokering role by utilizing our platform, and they can generate profit in doing so. This is the features of Smart Tech Bridge. Here, as you can see, we have national R&D information and other data. And based on such data, we utilize AI for matching services. And we have the electronic contract system so that you can forge a contract online. We have the database and the infrastructure to support that. And finally, I'd like to briefly talk about our global business cooperation. Last year, together with Vietnam, we carried out the Smart Tech and Smart Technology Matching program, and we're planning to expand that to Thailand and the Philippines and other ASEAN countries. So Global Smart Tech Bridge was open using this system, and so we will dedicate ourselves to technology transfer across countries as well. And for 3 months in export-import and other areas, we're able to do matching, and 6 countries in Korea and 6 companies in Korea and 5 companies in Vietnam were able to sign an MOU. So we will continue to develop and advance our tech transfer and matching services, and I'd like to ask for your continued support. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Director Lee, for introducing Kotak's technology commercialization support system. It was quite inspiring to hear how public-private partnership can foster innovation. Thank you very much once again. Last but not least, I would like to introduce Mr. Yoon Hyo-hwan, Director General of the Korea Venture Investment Corporation, who will speak on strategic investments for innovation, 20 years of the Korean funds. Please welcome him.
Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am Yoon Hyo-hwan of KVIC. Today I would like to talk to you about our K Fund of Funds. The K Fund of Funds is a fund that invests in the funds created by venture startups. Today I would like to introduce our organization as well as our fund of funds. I would also like to take a look at the key performance of our fund of funds. KVIC is the largest venture capitalist in Korea. In 2005, we established our fund of funds. It is a public institution. Most of the SME policy funds are in the form of loans, but we were established in order to attract private investments into SMEs and startups. We don't invest directly into companies, but we invest in venture capitals, and so we indirectly invest in the development of promising Korean startups. Within our fund of funds, we have the participation of 10 government ministries, including the Ministry of SMEs and Startups. Each ministry made an investment, and the Ministry of SMEs and Startups usually invest in angel investment, scale-ups for youth entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs, as well as startups in areas outside of Seoul and also in deep tech. With the fund that has been created, we will select our venture capitalists, and the venture capitalist will create a fund, and they will invest in SMEs and startups designated by the Korean Fund of Funds. Thus far, with the participation of 10 government ministries, we have been able to establish a fund of funds worth $9.1 billion. With that, we have invested in 1,352 sub-funds worth $37.6 billion. Ultimately, we were able to invest in 11,000 SMEs and startups worth $29 billion. Up until now, about 300 have had exits. And here are the investors for the 300 funds that we have had. We invested 34.4%, financial institutions, corporations, policy finances, pension funds, and venture capitalists and individual investors invested in this fund of funds. The Korean Fund of Funds acted as a way to invite other investments. Using the $9.1 billion from 10 government agencies, we have been able to create a fund total worth of $37.6 billion, which means that the capital multiplier effect is 4.13 times. Next, let's take a look at the key performance of our fund of funds. First, we were able to expand the venture capital market in terms of quantity and quality. As of the end of 2024, venture investments are worth $9.9 billion in Korea. And in 2024, new fund formation was worth $8.8 billion, which is a tenfold increase ever since our establishment in 2008. The venture funds that have had exits are as follows. You can see that the multiplier effect was 1.5 times. And if we take a look at the compound interest, it is about 8%. We have had more than 10% IRR in 33% of the funds, and about 200 of the 308 exited funds had profits, which is a 70%. This means that there was a stable supply of profits despite the common understanding that investment into venture startups is quite risky. Here you can see other performance. We have had the development of unicorns and public exits. As you're well aware, non-listed companies worth more than 1 trillion won is called a unicorn company. Of the 44 unicorns, 39 have had the investment of our fund of funds. So 85% of the Korean unicorns have had investment from our fund of funds. In the last 20 years, there were about 1,200 IPOs on the Kosdaq market. About 600 or 48% have been backed by the Korean Fund of Funds. In 2024, AI semiconductor company Rebellions, a fashion platform company, Ably, were the two companies that have been recorded as a unicorn. I understand that Angel Robotics has their robots outside on display. They are a rehabilitation medical device manufacturer, and InnoSpace, an aerospace company, have succeeded in their IPOs. Another core performance that we would like to share is the building of the VC ecosystem. By backing the venture capital ecosystem, we have seen their tremendous growth. On the left side, you can see that the total capital operated by venture capital has increased, and on the right side is the number of venture capital firms. You can see that we have a great number of new venture capital firms. We actually provide proactive support to new and small venture capital firms in order to grow the overall venture capital ecosystem. There are a large number of small companies, and we believe that they make the overall ecosystem very robust and healthy. On the left is the fundraising by the venture capital market, and on the right side is the commitment by the Korean Fund of Funds. You can see that over 50% of our investments are invested into emerging and small VCs. I think I am quite out of time, but let me continue with my presentation. Through venture investments, we have been able to foster many unicorns. On the top, you can see that of the 100 startups that have a valuation of more than 400 million won are listed here in numbers, and it is compared to the three major LPs. You can see that we utilize large VCs, mid VCs, and small VCs alike to invest in early stage when the valuation is very low, so that we can work hard on discovering pre-unicorns. Fostering unicorns and fostering VCs are the two areas where we have made a significant contribution. We are also working to attract global investments for Korean venture ecosystem as well as venture startups. And in order to do that, we have invested in global funds. We have invested a total of $0.5 billion for 74 sub-funds overseas, and this has led to an investment of $1 billion inbound. In order to strengthen our global competitiveness, we are operating 5 offices in 4 countries around the world. That brings me to the end of our introduction of the Korean Fund of Funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you so much. Yes, we'll talk about this industry and through the session 2, and we'll continue with our programs for the session 3 after a 10-minute break. In the lobby, we'll find the calligraphy photo wall created during our opening performance. In addition, we have prepared very special exhibitions in the lobby, including K-beauty product showcases and a photo booth event. We encourage you to take a look after during your break. After a 10-minute break, we'll continue to have the programs with the session 3. Please be seated before we start session 3. Thank you very much once again. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are a little bit behind of our schedule. So without further ado, we would like to begin the session 3 for today's forum. Yes, so we'll begin the third session focusing on the development of digital finance and SME innovation strategies. This session will feature presentations followed by the panel discussion. Let me introduce the moderator and our esteemed panelists, the distinguished speakers for this session. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the moderator for this session, Mr. Takeshi Kito, co-founder and CEO, Global Finance and Technology Network Japan. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you. And I would like to invite our panelists, the esteemed speakers. First of all, please welcome Lee Haitao, Division Director, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Division of SMEs, Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Thank you very much once again. Please be seated. And today we have Choi Sung-uk, CEO of SAPI. Thank you very much. And last but not least, I would like to invite Darren Ng, Executive Director, Los Angeles Venture Association. Please welcome him for a big hand. And before we start the session, please allow me to introduce our moderator who will lead this session. Takeshi is a serial fintech entrepreneur and co-founder and CEO of GFT in Japan, actively spearheading ecosystem building and international cooperation. So now I would like to hand over the microphone to the moderator to lead this session. Would you please begin?
Thank you for the introduction, and I'm very honored to be here today and also moderate this panel discussion. So let me start with my presentation. GFTN is a kind of a not-for-profit organization initiated by the Singaporean Central Bank, MAS. So before starting these GFTN activities, I was actually a fintech entrepreneur, and I had my own company and exited in 2022. So let me talk about digital transformation in SME from the fintech or financial perspective. So continuing my introduction of GFTN. So GFTN is basically kind of association, not for profit. And under our headquarters, we have running many different, 4 different activities. One is a forum organizing fintech festival in different countries. And also, we are providing advisory consulting services to the financial institutions and government agencies and fintechs as well. And in addition to these 2 activities, we started something new. One is for providing digital platforms. And the last one is the capital. So we are starting investment into the fintech companies and also some projects in the financial industry. So, as introduced, our history has started with the Singapore Fintech Festival in 2015. So this year is the 10th anniversary. And we are facilitating collaborations among fintech stakeholders in different countries. So last year we had more than 130 countries and more than 65,000 attendees in Singapore. Yes. And in addition to Singapore Fintech Festival, this is what I started in Japan. So the GFTN Forum Japan, and previously called Japan Fintech Festival. So I initiated this forum in collaboration with the Japanese regulator, JFSA, and the Bank of Japan to make the Japanese fintech ecosystem much bigger and also more vibrant. And it was quite successful. And we are also hosting the next edition in February next year. And this one is a quite new activities in Thailand. So we are now starting collaboration with Bank of Thailand together with the Thai Fintech Association to also make Thai fintech ecosystem much bigger and also more international. So if you have some time in this month, it's on 16 to 17 in Bangkok, so please join us as well. Okay. So let me talk about today's topic, SME plus fintech. So starting with the Japanese situation. So in Japan, SME sector is quite huge. So we have more than 3 million companies It's accounting for 99.7% of companies. And also they employ more than 70% of the workforces in Japan. But basically, Japan is a banked country. So most of individuals and SMEs have access to the financial services, basically for payment and banking. But on the other hand, some companies are still facing issues in borrowing money or financing. And after COVID-19, Japanese government has been highlighting importance of supply chain resilience. And supply chain finances, I think, were accepted in Japan. But the situation is a little bit difficult because open banking or open finance infrastructure implementation is not going well, to be honest. So we are still using legacy type of banking infrastructure, and it's not allow us to access the open banking services. And also Japan has a global supply chain, but in terms of cross-border payment, we are also behind. So unlike Southeast Asian region, which has multilateral cross-border payments, Japan still doesn't have it. So these are our challenges in Japan. But we have one opportunity. This is a Web3 side. So compared to the other countries, we have some issues on the Web2 financial infrastructure. But JFSA, our regulator, is well advanced in implementing, enforcing Web3-related regulations. So they introduced, introduced the Payment Act amendment in 2017, and digital asset and cryptos is classified as a payment method. And then in 2020, they also introduced a security token regulation. And 2 years ago, they enforced a stablecoin-related regulation. So I think stablecoin is kind of the future in Japan. And 2 weeks ago, JPYC got a license from JFSA. So then now Japan can issue JPY-backed stablecoin. And that can be used for cross-border payment and also supply chain finance, I think. This is opportunities. And then moving on to the Thailand. So as I mentioned, I am closely working with Bank of Thailand. And in Thailand, there is more than 3 million SMEs as well, and accounting for over 90% of companies, and also they employ 50% of workforce. And in addition to this, Thailand has informal workforces. So adding these informal workers, that this number will be increased. And in terms of financial infrastructure, Bank of Thailand already implemented the Prompt Pay. It's a national payment infrastructure, which is also used for the cross-border payment under Project Nexus framework. So Thailand is well advanced in the payment, but they are still facing the financial issue, which is debt or lending side. So Thailand has been facing household debt issue. So more than 90% of GDP, that debt is held by a household. So the Bank of Thailand recently announced that the open bank, virtual banking framework, which is quite a new framework, and they are licensing 3 companies to promote financing in the suburban areas and SMEs. On the other hand, so Japan has opportunity, the potential in the Web3 side. Thailand has risks and issues on that side because in Thailand, near the border area, there are some scam centers and also some criminals are conducting money launderings and also financial crime. So Bank of Thailand and the loyal Thai policy is concerning about that. So they are collaborating together and also working with anti-money laundering office. They are trying to eliminate that kind of financial crimes and money laundering. So the last point, summary and the discussion point after this presentation. So one point is so empowering SMEs, collaboration at the ecosystem level. It's quite essential, but approach is different from country to country. So Japan is a market-driven approach, but Thailand is taking government-led approach. So under different situation, countries take a different approach to collaborate each other to empower the SMEs. And the second point is technology. So technology itself is neither good nor bad. So depending on the situation and environment which is used. So it can be a risk and also opportunities. So I'd like to touch on these two topics in our panel discussion. So thank you so much. This is my presentation. So I'd like to hand over to Mr. Lee.
Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Li Haitao from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology of China. It's a great honor to participate in this APEC forum on SME, digital transformation. Today, I am going to introduce the Chinese government efforts in fostering an ecosystem for SME digital transformation. First, let's look at the challenges of SME digital transformation. Unlike large enterprises, SME face three key challenges in their transformation journey. First, they generally lack resources such as capital and talent. Second, their transformation needs are highly fragmented. Third, SME own transformation capability are limited, making them more reliant on external service ecosystem. Due to this challenge, it's impossible to rely on one-size-fits-all policies to meet SME complex digital transformation needs. Therefore, our core strategy is to build a systematic, sustainable, long-term mechanism and foster a self-evolving ecosystem. Next, let me introduce China's policy experience in promoting city-level SME digital transformation. In 2023, MIIT launched the pilot program for SME digital transformation in select cities, using cities as testing grounds to explore tailored SME transformation pathways across different regions while developing really capable policy frameworks for border implementation. Our efforts focus 4 areas. The first one is enhancing policy guidance for SME digital transformation. In this regard, our priorities are to help SME understand the value of digital transformation and provide them with clear and practical guidelines. To be specific, we mainly conducted 3 initiatives. First, in the pilot cities, we have selected a number of successful cases of SME digital transformation and set them as SME digital transformation benchmarks. And we organized SME to have on-site visits to and exchange with those benchmark enterprises so SME can directly perceive the value of digital transformation. Second, we have promoted the development of the assessment framework for SME digital maturity, which enable SME with the intention of digital transformation to conduct self-assessment online, identify their digital weakness through specific indicators, and then set clear and qualitable goals for improvement. Third, we have developed the guidelines for SME digital transformation. These guidelines focus on issues of common concern to SME, such as what to transfer and how to transfer, and propose specific pathways from strategy formulation to business transformation. Second, we are dedicated to fostering an ecosystem that supplies MSME with modular, repeat deployment, lightweight, and targeted digital products and solutions. SME are reluctant to pursue digital transformation in fear of high cost, high risk. General solutions on market are often ill-adapted to their needs, while customized solutions are too costly. Therefore, we are committed to guiding the market in developing modular, repeat deployment, lightweight, and targeted digital products and solutions, specially designed for SME. To practice this MRLT concept, we are currently organizing experts from the industry community and think tanks to joint research and develop an evaluation framework for MRLT digital products. These frameworks are not only provide a clear guidance for service providers R&D, but also often professional and reliable reference for SME when select digital products. Third, we promote SME digital transformation through a multi-dimension point-line plan approach. Especially at the point level, we encourage individual SME to undertake in-depth digital transformation, extending digital applications from basic office and financial management processes to core business processes. At the line level, we promote digital transformation of the industrial chains, facilitating integrated development among large, medium, and small-sized enterprises. We encourage the chain leader enterprises to open their digital platforms and data interface to SME in the chain, thus driving digital transformation of entire industrial chain. For example, MIDI Group opens its supply chains platform to over 8,000 suppliers. At the service level, we encourage the overall transformation of the industry clusters and parks. For instance, the city Wuhan pioneers a platform plus industrial park model by establishing shared 5G private network, industrial internet platform, and digital transformation center within the industry park, which enables SME to access digital infrastructure and service at lower costs and in turn promotes the overall quality and efficient improvement of industry clusters. Fourth, we provide support for SME digital transformation in terms of funding, talent, and professional services, specifically in terms of financial support. We encourage financial institutions to develop products specially dedicated to SME digital transformation. For example, several cities, including Hangzhou and Nanchang, have launched special credit products such as digital transformation loans and digital loans. Meanwhile, we are exploring new financing channels for SMEs such as data-based credit model, leveraging enterprises' production data and operation data. In terms of talent, we promote the establishment of a multi-tiered talent training system. For example, in cities like Jinan and Changsha, managers are trained mainly to foster their digital strategic thinking. Enterprise sets the position digital specialist and cooperate with universities and professional institutions in training technique personnel. Frontline employees are also provided with university digital skills training. In terms of service support, we encourage cities to integrate online and offline service and provide one-step service for SME digital transformation. For example, cities such as Haikou, Kunming, and Nanning have built online public service platforms that integrate multiple functions such as policy release and supply-demand matching. Meanwhile, offline empowerment centers are established to provide SME with digital transformation experience and consulting service. In summary, through efforts in above four areas, we have established a systematic framework to promote SME digital transformation with the active participation of the government, enterprises, service providers, and financial institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, SME digital transformation is a common challenge faced by all APEC economics. In the spirit of openness, cooperation, and sharing, we are ready to achieve mutual progress through knowledge exchange with all of you, thereby contributing to the prosperity of SME across the Asia-Pacific region and beyond. To close, let me once again express my gratitude to the host of this forum, and I warmly invite all of you, our colleagues and friends, to come visit China and join us for deeper exchanges on SME digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. So next speaker is Alex. So the title is From Legacy Finance to FinTech, Innovation Driving the Next Wave of Digital Transformation. So floor is yours, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Choi. I'm co-founder and CEO of SME, and thank you for having me in this honors event. Before getting into the main topic, I'd like to give little information of SME. SME was founded in 2015, and we started by providing individual limited services targeting migrant workers living in South Korea. And then we expanded our product into B2B space, especially for SMEs, because we found that SMEs were not treated well by the conventional banks, so we could solve the same problems we had done before to our individual customers. And now we are becoming infrastructure provider in the cross-border payment industries. The reason why we decided to become infrastructure provider was that for the past 10 years, what we found was that not only for remittance or payment companies, but also every type of international companies who operate their business globally need payment features. So we are providing infrastructures that we have built for the past 10 years. And so far, we have moved over 10 billion USD, and we have been able to save our customers money over 420 millions by providing instant and economical product to our customers. So let me get into the main topic. So I'm going to give very brief market intel how the cross-border payment market has been evolved and what we are looking for the next. And payment market is huge. And the one thing I'd like to highlight here is Asia is leading the growth. And payment market is comprised of domestic payment and cross-border payment. And cross-border payment market is still smaller than domestic payment market, but it is still, growing really fast. And again, Asia is taking the biggest portion of it. Now, along with China, Korea, Japan, Thailand, Vietnam, and any other Asian countries are growing really fast. In the context of South Korea is leading the growth for some reasons. Thanks to regulatory changes in Korea, there are so many opportunities for fintech startups like us. The markets, in terms of market size, Korea is facing very severe population decreasing, so the Korean government decided to open up to more migrant workers every year. So last year we had legal migrant workers over 1.6 million, and this market size is growing at least 3 to 6% every year. And after COVID, we've been seeing more transaction between Korea and any other countries. And let me share about the paradigm shift from the conventional banks to fintech startups. In the phase one, since the phase one, we have traditional banks. Banks are safe, but it is expensive, slow, and it only gives very limited accessibilities. So to resolve these issues, 20 to 30 years ago, the first generation of limited company like Western Union arose. And it improved speed of transactions and accessibilities, but it is way more expensive than banks. And sometimes it is insecure because it is handling cash. So now we do have phase 3 new fintech companies. This is where SMP is in. We are providing real-time transactions, and we are very affordable and safe and give more accessibility to our individual and SME clients. And as we can see on this map, we can see very well-known players in each market. In the US and in Europe, they are decacorn and unicorn fintech companies. And Asia is a little bit different because Asia is a little bit late to get deregulated than any other Western countries, which means there are a lot of rooms for fintech startups like SMP to grow and give the better idea in this market. So this is where SMP aims, and we're going to take over this market very soon. And when I prepared this presentation, I thought that I have to point out stablecoin. Recently, the Genius Act in the US was activated, and following this wave, a lot of governments are trying to adopt and apply these innovative tech solutions. So personally, what I'm feeling now is that when I started SMP back in 2015, SMP was a little bit latecomer in this market because the Asia was a little bit late for deregulation. But for stablecoin-wise, I feel like the whole world is opening up at the same time. So I'm so excited to new business model we're going to make, and I'm so excited to what's going to happen next. And even though stablecoin is really hot keyword, recently many of my friends, many people around me keep asking me that where can we use stablecoin. So the biggest use case for stablecoin is getting to the cross-border payment market, and this market size is estimated about 6 trillion USD last year, and we expect that it's going to grow more than 7x within 4 years. And what can stablecoin change? By using stablecoin, we can cut the cost and speed up transactions. For the cost-wise, still a lot of global companies are using PayPal which charge at least 8 to 10%, including FX convert rate. But when we use stablecoin, we can lower that cost less than 2%. And transaction speed-wise, even though a lot of fintech startups like SMP is offering the instant payment, but still there are a long way to go for certain corridors because we do have the working capital issues. But by using stablecoin, we can resolve the working capital issues. That we will provide instant payment products globally. So to sum it up, I just give a very brief market factors, but I strongly believe that this market, cross-border payment market, is changing dramatically because of stablecoin, and by adopting this new tax, then we're gonna make better payment solution to our individual and SME clients. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Alex. So next speaker is Darren from LA, and his presentation is Digital Finance Goes Trans-Pacific from a Los Angeles perspective. So please go ahead with your presentation.
Good afternoon. I think my presentation is just going to reinforce everything you just said. So before I begin, I do want to thank Jung and the Los Angeles COSME office for inviting me here to come to Korea and give this presentation about Los Angeles. I'd also like to congratulate KVIC for the tremendous job they've done building up the venture ecosystem here in Korea. It's fantastic. I also want to congratulate all of you in the audience for everything that you're doing to help support the communities, because as we discovered as we were talking, the small and medium enterprises in the United States are really just subjected to capitalism. And you survive or you don't survive. So having that government support, I think, is really important. So congratulations to all of you. And this is a first for me. This is the first time I've ever given a presentation sitting down. So I'm going to skip this part other than to just say that, yes, I'm the executive director of LAVA. I represent the LA ecosystem. What's relative here and why I'm here is we help to bring in startups into LA. We work with COSME, with the Korean startups. We work with the Dutch, bringing in the Netherlands, startups from the Netherlands. We work with the Chileans, with the Pro Chile program, and a number of other countries helping their startups come in. Italy. In fact, I just signed a term sheet with an Italian female founder for $4 million for their first 2 rounds of funding. And she's coming both to EU and Italy. So LAVA was founded, just a little history, on the inspiration of Robert Redford. Many of you may not even be old enough to remember Robert Redford, but he was a major actor, and he founded Sundance. So LAVA was formed to be the Sundance of the early investor space. If you don't know, Sundance was formed for independent filmmakers who fund independent films. So we are for the investors who fund tech companies in LA and abroad. We today have over 18 different communities. So fintech and digital finance is just one of many. Personally, I'm very invested into space at the moment because I see a great development there. But you've all asked me to talk a little bit about fintech. And so before I begin on fintech, I'll just give you a quick snapshot of LA. Here's a history of our venture deals. On average, we invest over $20 billion in venture deals into about 1,500 deals on average a year. And fintech deals make up about 9% of those deals on average. When you break it down, this is the annual number of funds and or funding rounds and the amount of funds that go into fintech deals. Again, this is about 10% of the total. And this is then broken down by quarter, which you can kind of see that the amount of money doesn't always correlate to the number of startups that are started. And I would even want to point out that it doesn't always mean that a better funded startup is going to be better. In fact, many of the bootstrapped startups you will find, because they've been forced to be more resourceful, can tend to end up being the more resilient startups. And I think when you look at some of the startups that have come out of Los Angeles, those numbers, by the way, are not, those aren't dollar values or deals. Those are the number of people they employ. And I think that's one of the most important things for you and your communities, is that we're trying to create jobs. We're trying to build communities, right? So again, some of these companies may or may not have the same kind of impact with the number of people and the number of jobs. You can have a huge impact with only a few people, and one of the startups I'm going to talk about today does that. The only thing I wanted to point out here is the variety of the different types of startups and the types of fintechs, retail payments, credits, loans, mid-market, sort of a financial management hub, and then these back-end platforms. So why is LA relevant to you in the Pacific Rim? And you can see here talent, our sector dominance, location, policies, regional demographics. Let me just give you a few stats about LA. We're the second largest ecosystem in the United States, with the second largest amount of pension funds. We have the second largest population, second highest GDP. Our GDP exceeds Saudi Arabia as a region. So we are 16th. If we were a country, we would be the 16th largest country. We also, in the United States, have sector dominance that most people don't realize, because you guys just think of us as, hey, it's Hollywood, right? But we also, in addition to media and entertainment, we're the #1 city in the America for gaming, which I know you guys dwarf us, but that's besides the point. We're the #1 manufacturing region, believe it or not, in the United States. We have the #1 logistics because we have the #1 and the #4 ports right next door to each other. We're #1 in space, clean tech, ocean tech, airspace, and a few others. We're #2, weirdly enough, and I just learned this, we're #2 in insurance tech. And then we're top 3 or 4 in the various ecosystems of biotech, medtech, life science, fintech, where I think we're 3rd or 4th in fintech. So we have a lot of talent that jumps between these sectors, and our policies and our regional things help that. The other reason why LA is important for you all is the location and the regional demographics. We have the largest, diaspora of many of the Southeast Asian countries in LA from around the world. So I'll get into 2 case studies. Tala is a large financial lending institute, and they created a very interesting AI credit engine that allows them to assess the credit worthiness of the global majority, which I think most folks in the global South fall into. They help with education, and they help with building businesses. And what they've also found is that while they wanted to give loans to more people, they started to have to also realize that their clients needed more services. And that's where the whole payment system comes in, because they wanted to build different types of payments. So they're supporting SMEs with more than just loans. They're now supporting them with a financial platform to take in payments. Bayani Pay is another example, and this is one of those examples of, I believe they only have 37 people working for them, but yet they are doing a tremendous amount of remittance between the United States and the Philippines. And again, they started out as a remittance, but what they found was most of the remittance that Filipinos sending money to the Philippines had to do with paying bills. So they developed a whole bill pay structure that allows Filipinos in America to be able to bank directly with the Philippines and pay bills directly to the bill recipient. So they are working with many of the real estate and the renters and forcing them to accept these types of payments. This is part of their structure. I'm running out of time, so I want to jump to simply just say that they've also, because of their platform, have now started working with the small SMEs and helping them take payments as well. Once again, payments, money that's coming from the United States into the Philippines directly into the hands of small and medium enterprises. So I'm close to being out of time. The only thing I want to mention of all these different things is that as you're thinking about creating these types of policies, and you can read them here and we've heard about them all day long, I think thinking about this embedded finance, where can you help SMEs do transactions across different areas and setting up the ability for them to do that? And I think that stablecoins is really that ultimately ends up being that. So just to sort of wrap it all up or sum it all up, LA is a thriving ecosystem. We have lots of folks that look like us in LA. We have a huge Chinese area. We have a huge Korean diaspora. I think we're the largest diaspora of Vietnamese. We have obviously a very large diaspora of Filipinos, just all across the board. We have tons of innovation, and we're very open to doing partnerships. So my final word is that we welcome you all to come to LA and work with our fintechs. Thank you.
Thank you for the great presentation. So let's move on to the panel discussion. And in this panel, we have representatives from different countries, from China, Korea, and the States. And also, each of you are from different part of ecosystems, like from the government, entrepreneur or startup companies, and association. So my first question is to promote the transformation of SMEs in each country or each ecosystem. I think the government is leading the ecosystem development. And the question, Darren, so I think the US is led by the risk money or capital or investors like you. And what is the role of association in the ecosystem to transform the SMEs in the country or in your region?
So you said what is the role?
Role, yeah, and yeah.
Yeah, so we do have chambers of commerce, local chambers of commerce. I would say the challenge with most locals of chambers of commerce that they're very local in their thinking, right? They're just trying to figure out, how do I fill the retail space in my town? How do we incentivize more foot traffic? They're not really thinking globally. And I think every business these days is potentially a global business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So what about Korea? So you shared your thought on the payment or cross-border payment side. And I think same as Japan, Korea is also private stakeholders, or private side is leading the ecosystem development.
I think no one single entity can lead this market a lot, but when it comes to our case as the financial institutions, I think the government has to move first.
Right.
Because the government has to create very clear regulatory framework first. Under the regulation, we can move, because otherwise, even though we're going to make innovations, maybe 3 to 5 years later, it will be dead. So I think for the financial institution side, the government has to move first and fast.
Got it. Okay, so actually in Japan, government is trying to initiate the transformation, but basically it's best effort basis. So government doesn't have enough power or power to force them to move to the direction they want to go. So yeah, that's my questions. The next question. So what is the pros and cons your approach is taking? So from you, from Korea.
Really hard to answer here. Personally, in Korea, to scale up, still the government's role and responsibility really important because we have to follow the regulatory systems. So and to scale up and to become the kind of global companies that we have to legalize first. So that the government has to move first and then market innovate next at the same time.
Right. What about the US?
So I'm going to add to my answer before and include that in this answer. There are towns and mayors who are helping to set up incubators.
Right.
So various types of startup incubators that are focused on providing those business owners, whether they're founders or whether they're established businesses that need to move to this next level of transformation. And so I'm seeing that there are innovative mayors who are creating these types of things. The state of California has a group called GoBiz, which is very focused on business. And the regional folks are working with the mayors and helping to establish and provide funding. And then the mayors decide how to spend that money.
Right.
Yeah.
So can that create the domestic competition with other cities or with the other regions? Right?
Yes.
So what do you think about it? Is it? So I think the US is a states-based country, right? So.
Yeah, and it's you just said it. It's competition.
Competition, yeah.
Right. So it's all about competition. There really isn't a lot of cooperation until you get into the M&A level, mergers and acquisitions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. So let me add one more point. So it's the perspective from Thailand. So actually, Thailand is the government-led ecosystem. But the market is very concentrated. So quite a few companies are doing the business in specific space, right? It's an oligopoly market. So less competition. But recently, BOT announced 3 opens. That means open competition, open infrastructure, and open data. So the government-led country, but they want to have more competition and also kind of have an open market to collaborate each other. So maybe that's the point we need to understand and keep in mind.
Yeah, I think when you look at startup ideas, right? We have, I don't know, I think I just said 1,500 fintechs a year, right? Many of them have the same idea, but they have a different approach. And so the more competition you have that's supporting those different approaches, you end up having one that wins or 2 that win. If you just supported one to start with and it wasn't the best option, then you're stuck. So in many ways, having that variety and that competition is better for the overall result. It's just evolution, right?
Exactly, yeah. So yeah, let me move to the next question. So it's a technology. So what kind of technologies do SMEs prioritize to adapt in your specific industry or ecosystem? So, Alex?
AI.
AI.
Yeah, because every the startups and small, medium-sized enterprises have very limited resources in terms of human resources.
Right.
So to compete with a larger, the big business, to compete with them, we must use AI efficiently. So for the case of the Sempit, we are using several AIs to utilize to make automated internally, so that we can reduce a lot of fixed costs. So I think not only for the reducing cost of also company with and making some better very ideas, that we have to use AI a lot.
So actually, you are betting on the digital asset or the crypto blockchain side, but AI should be the first.
Yes, we are using stablecoin and cryptos, but we are not blockchain companies. We just use the stablecoin as a medium. So the AI is more important.
More important. See. So let me ask one question to Mr. Lee. And currently AI is reshaping the global industry transformation. So what policy measures has China adopted to support SMEs in seizing these development opportunities in the AI space?
Thank you. To ensure inclusive growth for SME, our core strategy is building an ecosystem where AI technology are accessible, effective, and affordable. On the demand side, we are collecting real-world AI use cases from SME to develop practical models that SME can easily understand and adopt. On the supply side, we are developing the plan for fostering AI startups and encourage them to create solutions tailored to SME need. Recognize data as AI's foundation. Pilot cities in China, like Chongqing and Fuzhou, are helping SME establish data satellite and implement full life cycle AI security governance. Thanks.
Thank you. So, yeah, AI is quite playing a quite important role in the SME digital transformation. So my same question to Darren. So what's the technology SME should adapt first, the priority?
Well, I think AI is certainly the popular choice of everyone's going to need to integrate AI. I think before many SMEs can use AI, they need to have a good data platform, of their entire business. And I think that is largely what I see lacking in some of these legacy businesses. We in the United States are coming up with the baby boomers are retiring. They have businesses that their children don't want, and they're looking for buyers. And when they go to look for buyers, they're not ready to sell because they don't have the data that anybody can look at. They're not set up on a good platform with all the data of their business that someone can use an AI and analyze. Right. And so I would say that's one of the other things that's needed.
AI. So I believe the States and the area has a huge startup ecosystem. So do you see any next AI technologies?
I think all the pundits are talking about the same thing. The next feature of AI is really individualized. Right. So who taps into giving the smartest AI, if you want to call it smart, the AI that's most adaptable to individual. And I think what I'm seeing with the startups that are pitching, I just actually met with someone in Seoul yesterday who pitched me a company that was in prop tech. And he's created an analysis matrix using AI to generate the property analysis. So when they, a whole full report. And it's something that a lot of the smaller real estate developers can't afford, and now they can.
Got it. So stablecoin is not a technology, but do you have any insight on that stablecoin?
Sure. Actually, in fact, one of the startups I mentioned, Tala, has built a wallet. And so they're developing a wallet for their SME, just like you were, exactly like you were saying. They're following that path. They started with loans, and now they're finding they can provide services. So those stable coins can be used there.
Right. So my last question is for cross-border collaboration, or cross-border implementation of the technologies. So, for example, Alex mentioned stablecoin for cross-border remittance or payments, and also that you talked about cross-border remittance between the States and the Philippines. So, how we can collaborate together to create a bigger fintech ecosystem and also implement the digital transformation in SMEs in the region, in the APEC region. So, starting with Alex. So my question is how we collaborate together to promote cross-border transactions and digital transformation.
Okay, let me dive into stablecoin only.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I think this market is opening up now, so we have to make the use case first. Yeah. So we are trying to start very small. So first, for the next 6 months, we're gonna make the real use case, collaborating with other financial institutions in Singapore, Europe, and the US companies, and that is one of our goals.
I want to throw in, so we're all talking positively about the impact that this gives, right? I think one of the challenges of stablecoin is, if I'm an SME, what stablecoin do I use? Right? Like, how do we, I think you were just asking, is there, like how many, I hear everyone's trying to create a stablecoin now, but that doesn't mean that they're all going to be usable, right? I can't use my yuan when I go to the United States. I have to go to a bank and have a bank transfer. So at some point, we're creating this ecosystem of stable coins. Which one wins, which one loses? Are there specific things you can, and we've all of a sudden just carved up the world, not by geographic countries, but we've carved it up by who uses what coin. Yeah.
Adding on my idea on his answers, the collaboration with other financial institutions, meaning that the building of the ecosystems, because we do provide off-ramp features, meaning that we're going to convert crypto to our local fiat currencies, and we are working with wallet companies and on-ramp PSPs as well. So the single features in the ecosystems are working together to make a use case.
The only other thing I want to add to that is that, I know China's working on a digital coin. I don't know if we can talk about that, but if there's a lot of other coins being developed in China, I don't know that they have any chance of surviving, given that there's one from the main government. I know we're talking about, through the Genius Act, about having one, and there's going to be one that half the country uses because it has Donald Trump's face on it, and it's the other half that no one wants to use because it has Donald Trump's face on it. So,
so more fragmentation, right? So CBDC, stablecoin, maybe tokenized deposits. So many payment methods is coming up right now. And actually, that fragmentation is the challenges we are facing in Japan as well. So it's market-driven country. So each company is introducing their own use cases, and the payment method is very fragmented. So eventually, the consumers or users will struggle which currency, which method we can use, and it is the best for them. So we are taking a different approach, but each has pros and cons. And as you mentioned, that Darren mentioned, Global South is facing the same issue, but maybe the situation is very different in each country. So we cannot implement the single solution, single approach. So we need to maybe understand the environment they are facing first. So that's my kind of takeaway from this discussion. But do you have any takeaway from this discussion? And if you have any, please share with us.
My final thought from doing the research to do this presentation and from our conversation is that I think for SMEs, who ultimately is who we're trying to help, I think understanding their business and how we can help facilitate their transactions most efficiently with the least amount of fees and the quickest onboarding, right? Like just the ease of use. Because most SMEs, I think, until they get a certain size, they're stuck. They're stuck with whatever they know. And there's all this stuff that they don't know. And so to the extent that we can help them on board that, I think is, and so the embedded finance, if there's a way to create easy ways to put embedded finance within their business operation. I think that, personally, I think that's where the biggest impact can be made from these efforts.
Embedded finance. Thank you. So Alex, could you share your last thought?
Agreed.
So, Mr. Lee, do you have any comments your last comments? No? Okay.
Digital transformation is the master phase question for every SME. So I think we need to do more for this. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So we ran out of our time, so I am closing this panel discussion. Please give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to deliver us precious experience and knowledge. Thank you very much once again for your active discussion. Why don't you give another big round of applause to our moderator and the panelists once again. Thank you. Please return your seats. Thank you very much once again. We'll conclude session 3 for today's forum. And we'll take a little break and also we'll continue with the program for the session 4 after a break. Please enjoy the break. Thank you very much once again. It will feature presentations and panel discussion under the theme Digital Transformation Support Policies and Inter-Member Cooperation for Startups and SMEs in the APEC region. So let me introduce our moderator and our distinguished panelists. So as I call upon your name, please come up to the stage, and everyone, please welcome them with a big hand. First of all, I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Cho Hang-jung, the professor, School of Business and Technology Management, KAIST. Thank you. Now, please allow me to introduce our panelists. First of all, we'll have Nguyen Viet Phue, Deputy Head of Division Agency for Private Enterprise and Cooperative Development, Ministry of Finance. Welcome. And today we have Sian Eric Chan, Chief Public Mission Officer, Hong Kong Cyberport. Welcome. Last but not least, I would like to welcome Jack Curry, lead Korea Digital Development Program, World Bank. Welcome. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you. So please allow me to introduce our moderator who will lead us the final session. He's a professor of Digital Innovation Management at the School of Business and Technology Management and KAIST in the Republic of Korea. He received his PhD in IT Management from the University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, USA. His research interests include digital innovation management, digital transformation, and the impact of digital technology on business and society. He is the director of the Center for Technology Management and Innovation at KAIST now. So now I'd like to hand over the microphone to our moderator to lead this session. Would you please begin, the professor?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me in this wonderful workshop. My name is Hang Jung-zo from KAIST. My major is in digital transformation or digital technology. I'm actually teaching and researching in these areas. So today, I know you guys are really tired, right? And I have a really good news. This is the final session, and I'm going to finish within 1 hour, okay? So each of us, we have 4 speakers, so each of us will actually present our material in 10 minutes, and then we will have some discussion sessions for 20 minutes. So I'm going to start my presentation first. So I'm going to actually summarize some effort of Korean government, how they support in implementing digital transformation for Korean SMEs. So I'm going to introduce some policies, some success stories in Korea, and then I'm going to conclude my presentation with some suggestions. So these are today's outline for my presentation. I'm going to talk about some top 10 issues for Korean SMEs this year, and I'm going to define what is the meaning of the digital transformation, and then some challenges for Korean SMEs in implementing digital transformation in Korea. Also, I'm going to summarize some digital transformation support policy from Korean government. Also, some case stories, success stories. Okay, this year, January, Korea SME Research Institute, they announced the top 10 issues for Korean SMEs. But when you look at these top 10 issues, you guys are very familiar with these issues, but I think I want to emphasize on human resource issues and gaps between SMEs and large corporations. For example, many Korean young people, actually, they don't want to work in SMEs, frankly speaking. All right? So Korean SMEs, they are suffering from persistent labor shortage. Also, the current workforces are getting older and older. So they need young workers, but Korean young generation, they don't want to work in SMEs. That's a really, really serious issues in Korea. Also, we have some gaps between SMEs and large corporations. Probably your countries also face the same problems. So in terms of like productivity or digital divide, so SMEs actually they are lagging behind from large corporation. So let me show you some statistics. So in terms of productivity gaps, all right, like for example, manufacturing sector, only the SMEs, they have only 29% compared to a large corporation. Their productivity is very low, okay, compared to a large corporation. Also, in terms of a digital divide, the gaps are getting wider and wider. So these are the Korean SMEs are facing some of the issues these days. And many speakers today actually they talk about some digitalization or digital transformation. But digital transformation, from the academic perspective, this is a really, really difficult and very serious issues, because if you want to implement digital transformation, then you have to reinvent your business by using like AI or other digital technologies. So you need to include like business model change or like culture. So it is different from like simple digitalization or digitization. So it is really hard to implement these digital transformation projects. So these are the major challenges like Korean SMEs they are facing in implementing digital transformation. So they are lacking of like financial resources or technological capabilities, especially as I mentioned earlier, they are lacking of like human resources. This is a really serious issue. If they want to like start their digital transformation, but they don't have any people to support or to initiate this kind of projects in SMEs. So this is a really serious issue. Also, they have a lot of security or interoperability issues. They are vulnerable to like cyber attacks or hacking problems. So this is a major challenges for Korean SMEs in implementing digital transformation. So let me introduce some of the policies from Korean governments. So we have Ministry of SMEs and Startup, okay, one of the major ministries in Korea. And they implement this type of policies, for example, like digital collaborative factory, like smart factory support project, okay? Also, they have some project like smart service support projects. So Korean SMEs, actually they can apply for this kind of project and they can get funded from Korean government, from MSS. Or other ministry like Ministry of Science and ICT, they also have AI voucher support project or cloud computing voucher support project or AI digital business partnership specialized programs. So these are very focused and specialized policies to support SMEs to implement their own digital transformation projects. So we have many different types of project support program. And local government like Seoul City, they also have a very similar program like Seoul Enterprise Digital Transformation Support or XR, Extended Reality Company Support, or FinTech Startup Scale Support. So we have like local government or central government has a lot of different types of policy, support policy to help Korean SME to implement their projects. Running out of time, but let me introduce a very interesting success story like Mongmong-i. Mongmong is a name of dog, okay? Name of dog. So this company, Mongmong-i company, actually they create AI chatbot, okay, based on, so if probably you actually raise your dogs and cats, right? If your dog died, you are very sad, right? So Korean people, actually this company creates this kind of memorial service, funeral service for their cat or dogs, all right? So you can create like a digital twin, right? If your dog died, then you can create your digital twin, and using like chatbot, AI chatbot, then you can actually communicate with your chatbot, with your digital twin in the cyberspace, all right? So they actually got funded from Korean government, okay, to create this kind of chatbot, AI chatbot service. And this is getting popular in Korea because the pet industry is really, really getting larger and larger these days. And other like ThinkSoft, they actually got supported from Korean government, and they used this cloud voucher, all right? So they can get cloud-based the security services like Exosphere, then they can secure their IT infrastructures from cyber attack. And SoroMind is another success story. This is related to the AI voucher. Actually, they are, even though they are a startup company, but they are a service provider. So Korean government actually support this SoroMind, and this SoroMind actually gives some solution to other startup companies or other SMEs, okay, in terms of this AI project. So this is my final comment. So the future direction for SMEs to implement a digital transformation. So I think I want to emphasize on the human resource issues, the raising awareness and fostering human resources, because even though many SMEs, they want to implement or start this kind of project, but they don't have people. So from academia, I'm from academia, okay, I'm one of the faculty members, but we actually need to raise these students, and they can actually contribute in this area for Korean SMEs. Thank you for your attention. And my final comment, the digital transformation success is more depends on leadership and management, not on technology. Okay, thank you very much. So our next presentation is from Ms. Viet Hue. She is a Deputy Director of Information and Digital Transformation Support Division in the Ministry of Finance in Vietnam. Okay? Her title is Vietnam SME's Digital Transformation, Current Situation and Challenges. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I come from Vietnam, as introduced of Mr. Won from Korea. I'm working for SME supporting sector for more than 20 years ago. And my main point is supporting the policy for digital transformation for SME. And today I want to share some policies that Vietnam conduct, and also share some programs that some ministry of in Vietnam now doing for SME. And I also share some idea about the solution how to support SME to become stronger in the digitalization. Now, as you know, Vietnam create a framework to support for SME in general, and especially we also have the law in supporting SME conduct in 2018, and up to now we conduct this law for more than 5 years, and we also get a lot of achievement of this law. And one of the main point of this law is support SME in digital transformation. And recently, Vietnam government also issue a lot of policy, and the main point that we are trying to do now, this is the document called the number 57. This is focused on user resources and the stakeholder to support innovation and technology and science among Vietnam. As you know now, in Vietnam, we have about around 1 million active enterprise, and 87 among them is SME. And you can see that the register of the enterprise in Vietnam increased very quickly, and we very proud that we create the environment for enterprise to register and conduct in Vietnam. Now I want to share some figure to know that how SME in Vietnam conducts the digital transformation. As a recent survey, about 54% of SME identifies improving the customer. And the second one is the number of SME identifies the increasing of the product utility as a design outcome. And only 9% SME want to open my work process. And we also conduct the readiness of digital transformation of Vietnam. And in the slide you can see a lot of number to show the different sector have the point of readiness, and you can see some service sector we will the lead, but for the agriculture or manufacturing often slowly than other. Here is some point to show about the readiness that I mentioned in the previous slide. Outside the policy that we conduct in recently, some ministry of Vietnam also conduct some program to support SME. For example, Ministry of Science and Technology has the SME DX program. They support to develop infrastructure for SME use, and they also conduct the program called the Made in Vietnam Digital Solution. And under the MOF, this is my ministry, we also conduct the National Digital Transformation Program to 2025. And under this program, we do a lot of pilot activity to have the SME, for example, by training, by consulting, and we also develop the ecosystem to support SME. You can see that the proportion of the digital economy in 2022 of Vietnam is at least the reach of 18.3% of GDP. This is the great goal of our economy. And we also see that the AI and the cloud computing, IoT, and high technology effect to the transformation of Vietnam. And here you can see some digital platform usage. during the working today, I also share with my colleagues that Vietnam enterprise very active to use the platform to develop their business. And here you can see, for example, 92% of SME believes that the digital platform information increase productivity. And similar to the Korea, SME in Vietnam have a lot of opportunity and they get much of challenge to develop. And if they use the digital now to adapt with the environment and the market, they can get the opportunity to develop. Here is my main point. This is give some solution for SME in Vietnam, and I will want to share my idea to another economy to share experience. From Vietnam, we think that we have to build the digital industrial park for SME. And the second is they should sharing digital equipment resources. And the third is support business to develop the digital solution. And the last one is develop digital business cluster. For this solution, I think it's good to develop the infrastructure for SME. Besides the infrastructure, we also should support them to access to the digital transformation and should building the toolkit online for them to apply in the business. And we also should use the digital innovation and enterprise support program like Ministry of MOF do recently. And the next one, we think that we should building connection between actors in the digital ecosystem. From my Vietnam experience, we also use a lot of stakeholders to involve to the ecosystem, not only support SME, but also support other, for example, service provider, university and researcher and consult to become the value chain of ecosystem of digital for SME. And we also think that in the forum like APEC here, we can get into cooperate with each other to share experience and learn experience from each country to how to make the policy to support SME. Yeah, the time is up now. So this is all my presentation. Maybe later we will discuss more.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Yeah.
All right, our next speaker is Eric Chan. He is a Chief Public Mission Officer from Cyberport Management Corporation in Hong Kong. His presentation is Technology as a Catalyst Connecting SMEs for Digital Growth. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. And as you heard, I'm from Hong Kong. And my role at Cyberport is driving incubation program for startups, as well as some digital transformation initiatives that I would like to share with you today. And apart from my full-time job at Cyberport, I also teach at university as an adjunct professor. So my agenda today is just two things. I want to share with you, some of the, I would say, success formula or best practices in grooming startups, especially digital tech startups. as well as some initiatives to drive SME transformations we have had in Hong Kong. Right? So, well, basically, in 2022, the Innovation and Technology Bureau has issued what we call the Innovation Technology Roadmap. And basically, the roadmap is to spell out some of the directions of helping on the new industrialization and developing a digital and diversified digital economy, as well as building a smart city that could provide quality job and a quality life for the whole of Hong Kong citizens. Right? So Cyberport plays an important role in this blueprint. And you can see in the chart that we have two strategic directions as part of the driving the digital transformation and innovation tech development. Because Cyberport is actually wholly owned by Hong Kong government. So we have been like a digital technology hub for over 20 years. We have gathered a good number of tech enablers. And the latest, I would say, that has been commissioned by the government is for us to also drive AI to help many businesses, especially SMEs, which makes up 98% of all businesses in Hong Kong, which is very similar in other countries. And you can see that we have a lot of technology, enabling technology, ABCD, easily remember, AI, blockchain, cybersecurity, and data science. And we have had some success in pushing digital transformation in various industries. To name a few is, for example, finance. The Hong Kong Monetary Authority has issued a strategic paper called 2025 All Banks Go FinTech. And we have been an important part of driving that in enabling some proof of concept program. And we have also managed to drive STEM education to make sure that we have talents. And then we also have done a lot in other countries. But I won't go to the details. All right, so Cyberport has been around for some years. And so far, we have actually groomed a lot of successful startups. Some have gone all the way to unicorns and even being listed in the stock exchange. You may have used some of the services they provide, like Klook, their travel site, and also GoGoX is like a van version of Uber that has been very successful in Hong Kong and China. And you can see on the right-hand bottom side, we have been an important part of driving fintech, as you can see. So we have been known as a fintech hub of Hong Kong. We have digital bank, digital insurance, and latest is digital asset businesses, tech ventures companies in Cyberport. And this is, just a glimpse of our program supporting startups, especially tech startups. We will provide 1.1 million Hong Kong dollars for each company. So every year we pour into the startup incubation program roughly around $200 million in support of their growing. And of all the years that we have been supporting startup, I would say that the biggest value add is not money, is not the funding, is rather the connections. So we become the platform to connect startups to the customers through our enterprise network, to investors through our investor networks. And also, we also want to bring them not just to be successful in Hong Kong, but beyond Hong Kong. So we have been like a connector to help many of our startups to expand. So we have been having a lot of regional collaboration as well as global collaboration with many startup ecosystem. Now I would like to share some of the learnings that we have had in pushing digital transformation. And one successful formula we have experienced, I want to share with you, and may be applicable to this region is three things. The first thing is having some sort of government endorsement on those initiatives. Secondly, a bit of money, not to be very substantial, is a kind of funding subsidy to drive proof of concept or pilot programs, right? As an engineer by training myself, if you don't test it out, it will never work. Well, even if it worked when you're in your POC, it may not work in a business environment, but still, it's important to trial. So we have had very successful experiences in pushing the adoption of technology through POC and successful sandbox. And last but not the least, the third factor is really a matching platform to match digital enablers with the customers, which is hopefully some of the SMEs can benefit from the technologies. So you can see that we have had some examples down there, like we have launched a generative AI sandbox for banks. And we have had supported over 150 fintech companies in collaboration with the Financial Services and Treasury Bureau of Hong Kong government. And we have even pushing smart city, smart living through an incubation program that we have funding of around 265 million. But I would like to share with you our recent success into pushing SME digital transformation, which is called the DTSPP. I'm going to explain it later. And you can see on the right-hand side is a digital transformation. We aim to support over 8,000 SMEs. So let me go straight to that because we're running out of time. So this program is a program that we launched around 18 months to 2 years ago. The idea is to help some of the SMEs. And as you're probably aware, many SMEs are falling behind on the digital transformations, and the government want to do something about it. And as an international city, Hong Kong, you can still experience a lot of SME that don't have electronic payment, right? For instance, that's unacceptable to many tourists, right? And also consumers. So we launched a program. As I said, we didn't give a lot of money to the SMEs, but only 50% of the subsidies. So every SMEs could apply for 50,000 Hong Kong dollars, which is not a lot. They have to chip in 50,000 as well. But what we did is we make it so simple. We have the solution vendors submitting the solution to us. We screen it for them, kick out those that are irrelevant and maybe not value for money, and then put on the marketplace the right solution for the SMEs. And the SME basically just pick it, and then we'll give the money, right? And that's kind of streamlined the processes of government fundings. And that has proven to be very successful. And some example I want to share with you is some of the traditional Chinese restaurants, they originally only serve locals. And now they use digital marketing to expand their reach into overseas customers, tourists visiting Hong Kong. And we have some traditional corner shops now setting up online shops and also using digital marketing to become a global business, as the previous panel has mentioned. And we have a 7-year, right-hand side, at the bottom, we have right-hand side, is that we have a 70 years fishing boat. And they use our digital solutions to now serve tourists and basically have a good experiences across the Victoria Harbour. So that kind of increased the sustainability of a lot of our SMEs, right? So I'm going to finish up in saying that we are also helping, to help our SME to reach not just the Hong Kong market, but also to be successful across the border, especially to mainland China. And then obviously we want to help our SMEs to not just become a local business, but global businesses, through our collaboration with other ecosystems and other markets. So we have actually led a lot of delegations, and some of our startup SMEs have got some tractions all the way to Middle East, ASEAN countries, Europe, and obviously mainland China. And that's what I want to share today, and thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chen, thank you for your presentation. Okay, our final presentation is from Dr. Zaki Corey. He is a World Bank Senior Digital Development Officer, and his presentation title is Enabling SMEs in the Age of AI, Unlocking Digital Potential for Inclusive Growth. Okay.
One of the most challenging tasks is to be the last speaker. When everyone already shared their views, from World Bank to OECD, from entrepreneur to academia, from Chile to Vietnam. So it's really a challenge, especially that everyone in the room is looking at me that we need to finish, let's go out. So with this, I guess I see it as the easiest task, in fact, to be the last one, because all what I have to do is to curate all what already been said and try really to come with a suggested policy framework that we as APEC economies can really come together and look at it as a way in order really to advance SME adoption of AI. And that's basically the objective of this very short presentation. Don't worry, I will not speak too long. So I know it's a long list, but let's go quickly through it. So there is a consensus. Definitely, there is SME are a strategic priority. And why? Because of their weight within the economy. The numbers are really demonstrating how much about 60% of the economies collectively is dependent on SME. When it comes to the number of companies and firms, definitely it's significant. When it comes to the contribution to the GDP is also significant, and you saw the numbers here. But also there is another fact that we all agreed upon, that technology is really evolving rapidly, and we cannot really speak about digital and digitalization without realizing that basically AI is transforming the whole business model that we're having. With this, it's clear also is that most of the discussion that happened so far are really pushing high the benefits of digitalization and emerging technology, including AI, when it comes to efficiency, or even pushing the productivity, enhancing the productivity. But no one talked till now about I would say, the major shift in the way we are doing business when it comes to the transformation of SME themselves. Not just about their product, by adopting or even not adopting something like AI. And in just a couple of months, you will see more than just, I would say, the impact of generative or Gen AI in terms of the creation of the product and the value chain as a whole. We are coming with the Chat GPT 5.0, for example, as a foundational model, which is completely different than what we saw during the last 2 years. Another thing is that the numbers are clearly justifying, especially in the last 5 years, is that we are looking at 2.5x more increase in the resilience of SME if we do have an acceleration of such kind of digital technology. However, the numbers, especially from OECD and my colleague in the World Bank, with all the firms' surveys that happen, is that the adoption is really low. 20%, no more than this. So why? So let's summarize what has been already discussed from different, let's say, speakers in terms of the barriers that we're having so far. So regardless of how you are putting it in terms of framework, like the technology organization and others, but there are major, I would say, 5 or 6 of them that are critical when we are talking about the transformation. One is definitely the infrastructure, the access to the infrastructure, the affordability of such kind of infrastructure. How we are shifting the model towards a more accessible and in the same time affordable. This is not only in terms of the hardware, but also in terms of the connectivity, the broadband, and also the cloud services that are there. There is also a fragmentation of how we are looking at the standards between each one of the economies. Some of the economies that we are having, even within the APEC, are completely following a political agenda. Which is basically influencing, like what we saw in trade during the last few months. It is coming also in terms of standards, and in the same time also the discussion about the interoperability of the systems that we discussed recently. There is one thing that is, we talked less about it, which is in this economy, which is the digital economy, the AI-driven economy, data is the key. And by data is, unless I'm doing something with data other than just collecting it, I'm not extracting its value and unlocking the potential here. So sharing data seamless among, let's say, the different units of the business itself, or even within the same market, or cross-border in terms of, let's say, expanding the market reach, those are issues that needs to take into consideration. I'm looking also about skills and capabilities, and also the most important one, which is the mindset of leaders in terms of their openness and the level of risks that they can take. So, I don't want to talk negatively only, but what is the positive thing? Or is there a way about looking at enablers? Yeah, we can categorize them into 3 buckets. One is the infrastructure that I talked about, which is around the cloud services and the interoperability and the standards there. I'm focusing here about, let's say, the techie side of the digital transformation, but also about the trust in digital, which is till now, there is a kind of less investment in order to create such kind of trust environments by unifying or standardizing, let's say, the frameworks of digital transformation among the different economies within the APEC. There is also the human capital development and also some of the, I would say, alignment that needs to happen. Specifically for APEC, when it comes to the APEC discussion, which is really the core subject of our intervention today, is that we need to think more than just our own economies, but look at the opportunity of cross-economy collaboration. And that's the benefit. In fact, this is the main goal of coming as APEC economies here. There is also the harmonization of the principles of AI, at least some basic understanding of how this technology can really change and transform the whole thing. There is a big difference about how, let's say, the US, for example, is looking at AI as an opportunity comparing to the approach of Korea or Singapore. This is just an example here. I talked about the data sharing, but also please give some priorities to the cybersecurity. In fact, any adoption of technology, regardless of what is the nature of this technology, there is a risk of cyber attacks that we can face. And we cannot really develop a policy framework without taking this into consideration and investing into this by assuming the cost and how governments or, let's say, policymakers can really alleviate such kind of cost in order to secure such kind of big opportunities for us. Let me go quickly by saying is that in addition to the finance that we talked about, there is also some good example that has been shared so far. Especially from Korea, I would like really to highlight the big program about the voucher. The voucher, AI voucher and digital voucher, but also there is a data voucher. Please look at Korea Data Agency and how they already made it easy for SME in order to access a big data of big companies there without changing the ownership of the data. There is also one thing to highlight and praise for Korea, which is the universal, almost a universal broadband connectivity. This is what is bringing AI to an ease of use there, and also the data that we have. I also praise what came from Chile in the morning. In fact, definitely the program has already achieved quite a good push, and the Singaporean program to allow more SME to access digital services. Finally, we'll talk about this in the discussion, but what I would like really to close with is that the APEC can really, Secretariat, with our help, can really play a catalyzing role in order to harmonize such kind of policy framework. And already APEC did this in terms of data sharing, the beginning of a kind of a framework. So how we can really push further in order to go to the next level. I will leave you with one thing, which is basically AI is a game changer. Unless we think that this is a transformational engine for our business, so we are really in the past. So think about it this way. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Correa, thank you for your presentation. I prepare a couple of questions to discuss about these issues. Okay, this question is for everybody, three of you. I'm a researcher, actually, so I'm really always curious about what are the critical success factors in implementing digital transformation projects? So based on your experience, okay, and can you tell us some of the key success factors to make this digital transformation project successful? From Dr. Curry?
Maybe I will start, okay? And I will give only one thing, is that especially for digital transformation, or even more when it comes to AX, which is AI transformation, you need to forget about the technology. This is the starting point. Technology is just a tool, but think about, try to leapfrog a little bit and see what do you want really to transform. And then the technology will come in order really to change the processes and also try really to enhance and augment what is happening there. So let's start with forget about the technology. It's not about the technology.
I totally agree with you. And when I started to push that 500 million SME transformation project, I thought it's easy. And we actually had difficulty in getting application from SMEs. So we started off with some communication in simple layman terms. You know, to tell the small businesses, we are not talking about rocket science. We are trying to help you with some tool set that will help you get new customers, retain your old customer, and reduce your costs. Then they understand. Then basically, our belief is if they actually get started with this digital transformation through our help, first of all, a 100,000 Hong Kong dollar solution off the shelf, right? And once they feel the benefits that comes from those digital transformations, then there will be a second and third step, and they will basically run with them themselves, right? We don't have to do further things, and that's our belief. And we actually also use a lot of success story, you know, telling other people how some of the early adopters have benefited from the program. Then suddenly, we got a rush of applications. And I can tell you, I already told you that our target was to help at least 8,000. And at the end, we got 14,000 applications. And then we basically stopped it. Okay, finish with this round. Let's wait for the next round, if there's any, right? So that's how we got started. So we talk about challenges, and at the end of the day, it's about the mentality.
Ms. Nguyen.
Yeah, from my side, when working as a policymaker, I think to be successful, policy not only focus on supporting SME, but the policy should focus on develop all the stakeholders involved to the ecosystem, encourage them to support each other to make the value chain. And I also learned from experience by myself that the government should conduct some pilot policy and pilot program. For example, in Vietnam, when we focus in some sector, for example, agriculture, the government should design the program for pilot and develop all the stakeholders in this sector to have the SME. Yeah.
Okay, so today, all day we talked about digital transformation or digital technology, but when you implement this digital transformation, but this is not about technology issues because technology is already out there. So as speaker said, okay, so this is a kind of the management issue or leadership issues, especially top management. Even though they don't support or they don't have any concept of digital transformation, then any types of this project can be successful. So I think the role of the manager, top manager or leaders, they need to have the right concept or right direction to pursue this type of directions, in my opinion. Okay, thank you for your answers. And so Ms. Ng Nguyen, actually, she's a policymaker and she's working for Vietnamese government for more than 20 years. So when you design or when you launch new policies, like in terms of like digital transformation, then what kind of aspects do you really want to emphasize on to make this policy successful?
I think that from the government, we do not only make the policy and make the rule and create the environment for enterprise development. We should also use the resources to develop them. From this morning up to now, almost APEC economy come here also talk about the lacking and the challenge of SME. So from the government, I think that we have to find out the key point of them and use the resources for them. For example, in Vietnam, we also use mass of resources to develop the infrastructure for SME. Yeah, because they lack of resources, they lack of technology, and they lack of knowledge about the digital. So this is the government role to support them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chen, okay, I have one simple question. Do you think AI, adapting AI is a really, I think AI, we all agree that AI can be game changers, but for SMEs, do you think AI can solve the SMEs problems in some aspect?
Well, definitely. I think AI is going to change all industries, right? And that definitely includes SMEs. And at Cyberport, we are trying our best to make sure, the Hong Kong businesses do not fall behind on this AI race. What we are doing is really to create this AI ecosystem, right? So when you talk about AI, three things, right? It's about data, it's about the compute power, and the algorithm, right? So what we are doing is we're building infrastructure, we're building the compute power, we call it supercomputer center for AI, that people can apply for subsidy and use. And then we are creating the platform to have all the LLMs, the people that are in this ecosystem to be on our platform for use. And last but not the least, the applications and the system integrator that helps adoption of this. So again, especially for SMEs, there are actually a lot of potential for them. We talked about it when we were down there listening to the other panel speaking. One, I would say, common thing for SME is they have very little, small staff, right? Always limited resources. And AI could do so much for them in terms of serving the customers, through automations, other kind of potential customer experiences. And what we do here is really to make sure all the enablers are there for them to pick and use. And again, I hope that we together in the region, we can share a lot of use cases, right, across the region, so that we can let more SME know about how easy it is to use the latest and brightest technology to enabling the sustainability and even growth in the global market.
Okay, thank you. My final question to Dr. Corey. Okay, can you share your idea about how can you collaborate, okay, as a APEC member economies, right, to promote this kind of digital transformation or AI transformation to help the startups and SMEs in each countries? Do you have any simple or special ideas to collaborate among these APEC countries?
Simple, I'm not sure about that, but let's go to the basics. What do we need when we are talking about SME? We're talking here about jobs. We're talking about competition, and we're talking about customer satisfaction. So those are the three things that really are what is important to SME. We are enabling such kind of thing by augmenting the opportunities, by having a role for the government to enable access and affordability of the services, the infrastructure, or even give more incentives that will allow, for example, to augment, accelerate what is happening so far. So this is the frame of thinking that we're having here. But one thing that I would like to emphasize the most when we are talking about AI, we cannot right now ignore the fact that AI is there and will continue. So this is number one. The second thing, we are not here about looking at AI in order to solve problems, but to create new opportunities. Number three, if you have any doubt about what I'm talking right now, I would like to invite you to go around the exhibition and look at the companies and the small companies that are there. Do not focus on deep tech companies, but look at the life services. Look at small manufacturings of materials that needs to go into labs, and the testing has been accelerated by AI in order to come to the market in a quicker way. Small things like this is really what is matter right now. So all what we talked about during this session and the previous session are in order to enable the SME to do better and to gain more momentum in a bigger market like the APEC economies.
Okay, thank you. So I think I have done very well to manage time, okay? I have 5 minutes left, so I can take only one question from the floor. So if you have any question, if you don't have any question, I finish my session, okay? Or if you have any question, I can take only one. Do you have any questions about this session or about? So, okay, Mr.
Hi, thank you. I was interested in actually your earlier point when you mentioned that the youth actually don't want to work in SMEs. A lot of the larger companies who have bigger salaries can offer the youth better high-paying jobs. So I just wanted to ask the panel, from the SME side, as a business owner, how can they attract the talent that will be introducing digitalization, maintaining digitalization, and making it a continuous effort?
Okay, you need my answer, right? Okay, that's really hard for, I think, the startup companies or SMEs, because in Korea, so many SME CEO, they want to recruit really good people. Then they need to pay more, right? More than like large companies. But they don't have any resources in terms of finance or in terms of like benefits. So that's the serious issue in Korea. So many young Korean young generations, they actually looking for a job in large corporation. All right? So that's the serious problem. So I think the Korean government and the many universities, they have to work together. All right? So for some reason, all right, SMEs or some companies, they create jobs and they recruit and they hire people from that reason. All right? Many young students in Korea, actually, they want to get a job in Seoul area, this capital city, all right, largest economies. Most of the young generation, they want to get a job in Seoul, not like in Jeju Island or in Busan or other regional or local cities. So probably, this is my just personal opinions. So this is a really, really hard issues for SMEs and startup companies in Korea, but they need to create some jobs and some benefits from like support by Korean government, and they create jobs in that region and get some people from that region.
If I may supplement,
Okay.
I work with a lot of startup founders. They have the same challenge. They compete with the large company for talents, right? So I guess one of the attraction they have been able to give to the younger people is in the startup environment, it is a lot of autonomy in doing a lot of things. And so we provide a lot of internship, for university students to work at our startups, with or without a salary, right? So that they can experience the vibrant, tech ecosystem, in Hong Kong. And last but not the least, those younger people that works in the startups, they could potentially become the next founder of the unicorn, right? So this is not about just a job, but the career options for them, right? So that's probably some of the successful experience that we have had in terms of, providing more new blood to the innovation and tech sector.
All right. One of the good things in my university, actually, many students, these days they are really interested in creating some startups. That's a really good sign for Korean economy. But in my generation, actually, we are looking for a job in really large, like Jebo companies. But these young generation, they are really interested in creating their own companies. That's, I think, a new motivation for them to actually make their career successful. All right?
There are a number of surveys that happen in order really to better understand Generation Z and how they think right now. There are two things that comes very quickly. And I have the privilege to have a son in this generation. So one is that the flexibility or the remote work. Companies are not offering, especially SME, are not offering such kind of luxury for them. So time flexibility or remote working where they can move from one area to another, this is by itself is a must for such kind of young generation. Our system right now is not taking care of this in a formal way. The second thing is about the incentives. When we are talking about young generation coming in order to join a startup or even joining a new project with the small SME, they really need to be incentivized in terms of having a stake into this. If they do not feel that they have a stake into it, they will not really be, I would say, loyal to it. Because the short attention they have is not allowing them to continue for a long time on a long mission unless there is a kind of a journey of incentives. One of the incentives for this generation is to make it a bigger market for them. a bigger opportunity. It doesn't matter if I'm in Jeju Island, but I'm selling to Japan, I'm selling to Chile, I'm selling to the US. That's by itself is a kind of a motivation and incentives that they can grow. So those are two of the things that to better understand such kind of generation and how much we can adapt to them.
Okay, thank you for your question, and time's up, so I want to conclude my session, okay? Thank you for your attention, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your passionate and active discussion. So why don't you give another big round of applause to our moderator and panelists as well. Thank you. Thank you very much once again to exchange precious information and knowledge. Thank you. And also to our participants, thank you very much for your active participation. And before we move on, so we'd love to hear your thoughts on today's forum as well. So it is time to wrap up today's forum, but before we conclude today's program for this forum, please give your thoughts for the development of this forum. You can just scan the QR code on the screen. And also you can leave your idea and thought for this forum. Thank you very much for your participation. While you are filling out the survey, let me just share a few announcements about the program we had. We'll begin the 20th anniversary ceremony of the APEC SMG Innovation Center right here in this hall. So before that, we will take a short break to reset the stage, rearrange the stage. Once you have completed the survey, please feel free to take a look around the exhibition in the lobby while you get the venue ready. For the meal, a halal will be served as a standard option. And if you would like a vegetarian meal, please pick up the menu card at the entrance and place it on your table. So our staff can assist you. And if you noted any allergies during registration, please do not forget to collect your allergy card as well at the entrance as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to begin today's ceremony. Would you please be seated? Thank you very much for your cooperation. 저희 이제 기념식 시작하겠습니다.
We would like to begin the anniversary ceremony, so please take your seats. Thank you for your cooperation.
Good evening, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 20th anniversary ceremony of the APEC SME Innovation Center. My name is Moon So-ri, Korean TV host. It is my great honor to grab the microphone as your master of ceremony from today's opening. Earlier today, we gathered for the 2025 APEC Forum, and now we come together for a very special occasion as we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the APEC SME Innovation Center, a milestone that marks 2 decades of dedication, innovation, and cooperation. Yes, today I'm wearing traditional Korean dress named hanbok, and I just prepared it just for you, everyone, and I prepared it personally, so I hope you like it and you feel just the essence of the Korean culture through our dress. If you are satisfied, it would be very appreciated if you give me a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. Tonight, we honor the remarkable journey of the APEC SME Innovation Center, operated by the Korea SMEs and Startups Agency, founded in 2006 as a follow-up to the Daegu SME Ministerial Joint Declaration. The center has spent the past 2 decades building bridges of cooperation among 21 APEC economies. Over the past years, it has hosted international forums and workshops to share strategies for SME growth, provided diagnostic and tailored consulting services through the APEC Innovation Consulting Program, and actively contributed to APEC Ministerial and Working Group meeting to strengthen collaboration and policy exchange. At this very heart of Korean SME's global journey with APEC stands this center. And tonight, as we mark its 20th anniversary, we not only celebrate its legacy, but also ahead to the new chapters yet to be written. So this afternoon, actually, our forum was filled with serious discussions and forward-looking ideas. But this moment, I invite you to simply relax, sit back, and just enjoy the celebration. As the center marks its 20th anniversary, we invite our distinguished guests to please this ceremony. So now let us officially begin the 20th anniversary ceremony of the APEC SME Innovation Center. We would like to give you the wonderful performance to open our doors of today's ceremony. But before we start, you will find this performance even more beautiful in the dark. So I would like to ask you to keep the darkness atmosphere. We kindly ask you to just avoid using your handphone, your mobile phone, while the performance is underway. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to enjoy our first performance. We have prepared a very special performance that beautifully blends Korea's traditional culture with the theme of digital transformation, a very essence of today's forum. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 생동감 crew with their spectacular Mediatron dance with a big round of applause. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another big round of applause for the amazing performance. Thank you very much. Yes, that was quite impressive media art and Tron dance performance by Saengdonggam crew. They just made us to feel like the essence of digital transformation on stage through the performance. Did everyone enjoy it? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. It's quite lovely. So as we celebrate this meaningful milestone, it is time to hear from the leader who has been at the heart of this journey, guiding the center with dedication over the years. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President Kang Seok-jin of the Korea SMEs and Startups Agency for his welcome remarks. So please welcome him with a big round of applause.
존경하는
Distinguished representatives of APEC member economies, it is a profound honor and great pleasure to welcome you to Jeju, this very beautiful island, on the occasion of the 20th anniversary. 2 decades ago, the APEC SME Innovation Center was established in recognition of the growing need for international cooperation to enhance the capacity and innovation of SMEs. Ever since, the center has faithfully served as a vital bridge. Through flagship innovative ideas such as the APEC Innovation Forum, innovation consulting services, and policy exchanges on SME innovation, the center has made tangible contributions. This is a gathering to celebrate the 20th anniversary and also to commit for the future of the center. The center will continue to support the sustainable growth of SMEs in the APEC region, as well as inclusive growth throughout the region. SMEs and startups will be enabled to incorporate new technologies such as AI, and we will provide full support to make sure that such adoptions are possible. I do hope that this ceremony remains as a joyful memory to all of you, and once again, I would like to wish you the best of luck and further development of the center. Thank you very much for your participation despite your busy schedules. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your warm-hearted hospitality, and also thank you so much for your remarkable speech. Yes, tonight's gathering is time to reflect on 2 decades of achievement and to share in the significance of this milestone. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let us send our warmest congratulations on the 20th anniversary of the APEC SME Innovation Center. Thank you. Now it is my honor to invite to the podium for the congratulatory speech, Mr. Carlos Obando, Program Director of SOM Steering Committee on Ecotech APEC Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause to the stage. Thank you very much for being with us today. So he will deliver us his congratulatory remarks.
Hello, good evening. It is for me a real pleasure to be here to give the plaque for this 20th anniversary of this APEC SME Innovation Center. Maybe you don't know that the SME working group has subsidiary bodies. In this case, there are 3, and one of the most important ones is this, the APEC Innovation Center. The role of this entity was very important because it helped to the SME working group to spread knowledge, experience, services to the SMEs, not only in this economy, but in the whole region of APEC. At the same time, it was important because it was a platform to share ideas, to share proposals for this common challenge that we have, which is prosperity for our own people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Program Director Bando. Thank you for joining us in this 20th anniversary celebration and for your warm congratulatory remarks once again. Thank you. The Minister of SMEs and Startups of the Republic of Korea, Her Excellency Ms. Han Sung-suk, very much wishes to join us in person this evening. However, due to present government duties, she could not be here with us today, but she didn't forget to send us the congratulatory message, video message. So everyone, please direct your attention to the screen.
APEC 회원국 대표 여러분, 그리고 내외 기빈 여러분, 반갑습니다. 중소벤처기업부 장관 한성숙입니다. APEC 중소기업 혁신센터 20주년을 맞아 이 자리를 영상으로나마 함께 축하드릴 수 있게 되어 매우 뜻깊게 생각합니다. 오늘 이 자리가 있기까지 묵묵히 중심을 지켜온 중소벤처기업진흥공단의 노고에 깊은 감사와 존경의 뜻을 전합니다. 그리고 늘 한결같이 협력과 연대의 가치를 실천해 주신 APEC 회원국 사무국 여러분께 한국 정부를 대표해 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2006년 출범한 APEC 중소기업 혁신센터는 회원국 중소기업들의 글로벌 시장 진출과 기술 경쟁력 제고를 위한 든든한 동반자 역할을 해왔습니다. 기술 자문과 글로벌 네트워킹, 역량 강화 프로그램 등을 통해 많은 중소기업이 성장의 돌파구를 마련하고 국제무대에서 경쟁력을 갖출 수 있도록 기여해 왔습니다. 특히 협력과 공유라는 APEC의 핵심 가치를 기반으로 센터는 단순한 지원 기관을 넘어 중소기업 혁신 생태계의 핵심 인프라로 자리 잡았습니다. 이러한 성과는 중진공의 현신과 더불어 회원국 여러분들의 지속적인 신뢰와 참여가 있었기에 가능한 일이었습니다. 오늘날 중소기업은 디지털 전환, 탄소 중립, 글로벌 공급망 재편 등 복합적인 경제 환경 속에서 생존과 성장을 동시에 요구받고 있습니다. 이러한 상황에 효과적으로 대응하기 위해서는 회원국 간의 실질적인 협력과 공동 대응이 그 어느 때보다 중요합니다. 앞으로 APEC 중소기업 혁신센터는 기술 혁신을 촉진하고 회원국 간 실질적인 협력을 연결하는 거점 역할을 더욱 강화해 나가야 할 것입니다. 아울러 각국의 지원 정책과 우수 사례를 공유하고 공동 혁신을 촉진하는 개방형 협력 체계를 통해 APEC 오픈 이노베이션 허브로 발전해 나가기를 기대합니다. 앞으로도 APEC 중소기업 혁신센터가 회원국 간 협력을 선도하는 실질적인 플랫폼으로 자리매김할 수 있도록 중소벤처기업부도 지속적인 지원을 아끼지 않겠습니다. 20주년을 진심으로 축하드리며 회원국 여러분들의 지속적인 발전과 이 자리에 함께하신 모든 분들의 건강과 안녕을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Her Excellency Ms. Han Song-suk for remembering this occasion and for sending us her warm message of congratulations on the 20th anniversary. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to take a moment to look back on the founding purpose of APEC SME Innovation Center. Its major initiatives and many accomplishments achieved over the past 20 years, while also looking ahead to a vision that will guide its future. So, to share this journey with us today, Mr. Hwang Seok-jin, Director of Global Cooperation Department at the Korea SMEs and Startups Agency, will have prepared his presentation on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him.
Good evening, distinguished guests. I am David Seok-jin Hwang from the Korea SMEs and Startups Agency, or KSME. It is my great honor to join you today and to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the APEC SME Innovation Center. This year marks 2 decades since the center was established. Today, I will walk you through our journey, achievements, and vision for the future. The APEC SME Innovation Center was established in 2006 based on the joint ministerial statement by APEC member economies. It was created in Korea to serve as a regional hub for SME innovation, policy cooperation, and mutual growth among APEC member economies. The center was founded with 2 main purposes. First, to serve as a platform that drives SME innovation across APEC member economies. Second, to provide a bridge for sharing policies and strategies to support SME innovation and industrial cooperation among member economies. Today, the center plays three primary roles: strengthening collaboration networks through policy exchanges, promoting balanced development by enhancing SME innovation capabilities, and creating opportunities for innovation by facilitating knowledge exchange among industry, academia, research institutions, and governments. We deliver our mission through three flagship programs: the APEC Innovation Forum, the APEC Innovation Consulting Program, and participation in APEC regular meetings. Let me briefly walk you through each of them. The forum has been our major platform for knowledge sharing and networking. We have discussed key issues such as ESG, artificial intelligence, digital transformation, and the role of young entrepreneurs, enabling collaboration and practical solutions among APEC member economies. In the early years, we laid a foundation for inclusive growth. We focus on SME internationalization, women's leadership, and youth entrepreneurship. This encourages wider participation and built cooperation channels across APEC region. As technology advanced, we turned to digital themes, big data, AI, cybersecurity, and smart manufacturing. These helped SMEs in APEC member economies adapt to the challenges of rapid digital transformation. More recently, we addressed sustainability and resilience. Themes included low carbon growth, workplace safety and mental health, and regulatory innovation. Through this, the forum supported SMEs in building sustainable and future-ready growth models. Our innovation consulting program is designed to provide hands-on support to SMEs. It follows a structured process: online pre-assessment, on-site diagnosis, tailored solution proposal, and follow-up reviews. So far, 290 SMEs from 12 APEC member economies have benefited, achieving revenue growth, job creation, and quality improvements. This slide shows member economies that joined the program. It demonstrates a wide engagement of APEC member economies. And here we also see annual participation around 10 to 30 SMEs each year. This steady support reflects our consistent contribution across APEC region. The center also actively participates in APEC SME ministerial and working group meetings. We share updates on APEC-friendly projects, present Korea's best practices, and reinforce collaboration frameworks among APEC member economies. Looking ahead, we will pursue two directions. The first, strengthening the APEC Innovation Forum. We will focus on digital transformation, AI, and other frontier issues so that SMEs from APEC member economies can share insights and seize new opportunities together. Second, expanding the innovation consulting program into a bilateral model. This means Korean SMEs will not only transfer knowledge, but also learn from peers in other member economies, fostering deeper two-way cooperation. In short, the APEC SME Innovation Center will continue to grow as a dynamic and comprehensive platform for innovation and cooperation among APEC member economies. For the past 20 years, the APEC SME Innovation Center has been a trusted partner for SMEs and startups in the APEC region. We look forward to continuing this journey with all of you. Now, please enjoy your short video that highlights our history, achievements, and vision for the future. Thank you for listening.
In accordance with the joint statement of the APEC SME Ministerial Meeting held in Daegu in 2005, the APEC SME Innovation Center was established. APEC is Korea's key economic partnership, driving growth across the Asia-Pacific region. The APEC SME Innovation Center has promoted various programs to enhance SME innovation and competitiveness, laying the foundation for regional economic revitalization. At the APEC SME Innovation Center, first, we build cooperative networks across the APEC region to support the globalization of Korean SMEs and serve as a gateway to global markets. Second, through forums and seminars on digital transformation, youth entrepreneurship, women leadership, and ESG, we promote information exchange among member economies and expand cooperation opportunities among SMEs. APEC-funded forums address SME challenges and explore sustainable growth strategies. Held annually, with over 30 to date, they contribute to shared prosperity across the region. Third, through innovation consulting, including technical training and business advisory, we strengthen the innovation capacity of member economies. To date, 290 companies across 12 economies have benefited, enhancing Korea's reputation and supporting SME global expansion.
其实APEC3型咨询服务之后，讲的就是你能提供多少的价值给别人，你就有多大的市场。你能跟客户有多少的服务，客户才对你有粘性。这些粘性就是让我们从以前的那种光制造不想服务的公司，转变成一个技术服务、技术创新提供的解决方案的一个专业化的公司，迈出了重要的一步。
chuyên gia tư vấn đã đề xuất cải tiến việc bố trí mặt bằng nhà xưởng theo chuẩn 5S và trang bị thêm các máy móc thiết bị hiện đại phù hợp với ngành nghề công việc của công ty. Khi áp dụng theo phương án phù hợp với thực tế của công ty, năng suất tăng từ 10 đến 15% và doanh thu tăng khoảng 20%.
Mục tiêu của chúng tôi đã được rõ ràng hơn, đối với nhất là đối với nhóm khách hàng là công nghiệp. Chúng tôi đã thử nghiệm những hệ thống quản lý mới tích hợp giữa kế toán này, kho và sản xuất này. Điều này đã giúp chúng tôi được tiết kiệm được cái chi phí và cái thời gian giao hàng.
คือครั้งแรกจะเป็นผ่านการออนไลน์ซึ่งในครั้งแรกก็จะเป็นการแนะนำตัวแล้วก็แนะนำบริษัทรวมถึงสินค้าและบริการของเรานะครับซึ่งครั้งที่2ก็จะเป็นการที่จะมีเอ็กซ์เพิร์ทจากทางเกาหลีนะครับมา Company Visit แล้วก็ให้คำแนะนำที่เจาะลึกกับสินค้าและบริการของเรามากกว่าเดิม
The APEC SME Innovation Center supports the sustainable growth of SMEs in a rapidly changing industrial environment. The APEC SME Innovation Center will walk with you toward a brighter future.
Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much for your quite lovely achievements for the past 20 years. Thank you very much to your whole support and interest to the center. Indeed, the APEC SME Innovation Center operated by the Korea SMEs and Startups Agency have just achieved remarkable progress over the past years in advancing SMEs. Thank you very much once again, and to Director Hwang for the wonderful presentation as well. In that note, we will begin the very special moment, the presentation of the commemorative plaque in recognition of Santa's unwavering dedication of the past 20 years to fostering innovation and strengthening the capacity of enterprises across the APEC region. The APEC Secretariat will present a commemorative plaque of appreciation. May I now invite to the stage Mr. Carlos Obando, the Program Director of SOM Steering Committee on Eco-Tech at the APEC Secretariat, together with Mr. Kang Seok-jin, the President of Korean SMEs and Startups Agency, to join us for this meaningful ceremony. Yes, the Director Carlos Obando will be presenting the commemorative plaque to President Kang Seok-jin of the Korea SMEs and Startups Agency. As first of all, please allow me to read this contents of the plaque. APEC, Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation. The plaque is presented to Korea SMEs and Startups Agency, President Kang Seok-jin, in recognition of the APEC SME Innovation Center's contribution to growth of SMEs in the APEC region, brought a successful implementation of projects in the context of its 20th anniversary. Eduardo Pedrosa, APEC Secretariat Executive Director, September 1st, 2025. Yes, of course, we should take a commemorative photograph to record this precious moment. So one more time, ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much at this moment. Honor the past 20 years and inspire the next years as well. Thank you. Please return your seats. Thank you very much once again. Together with you, we look forward to building the next 20 years of innovation and partnership. So now, ladies and gentlemen, in celebration of the 20th anniversary of, the APEC SME Innovation Center, we have prepared a fusion Korean traditional music performance. While the performers are getting ready, please allow me to briefly introduce the upcoming programs. Tonight's dinner features a fusion set menu that harmoniously blends the Eastern and Western cuisine. During dinner, we'll also be holding a lucky draw event, so please look forward to sitting to sing who will be today's lucky winner and enjoy this evening. Tonight's dinner performance will be delivered by Duo, a fusion kukak, the traditional Korean music, kukak, ensemble that reinterprets traditional Korean music with a contemporary sensibility. Duo is a crossover ensemble team that seeks harmony between Korean and Western music through performances featuring a traditional Korean instrument such as the daegeum, which is similar as the flute in Western instruments, and haegeum alongside the violin, cello, and piano. So you can just catch your expectation how they can make the music in harmony between Korean and Western instruments. And also, the name of team, the performing group, Duo, originates from Jongmyo Jereak, Royal Ancestral Ritual Music in the Jongmyo Shrine, where the priest signals the beginning of the performance and calls musicians to bring out their instrument. So we need a little time to rearrange the stage for their wonderful performing group. So I think this will give us the opportunity to hear the traditional Korean instruments. Actually, I've introduced to you, we'll meet the Korean traditional instruments called hagum and daegum. And hagum, usually we say that the sound of hagum is like quite human voices. So that is why the Korean likes the sound of hagum, the traditional Korean instrument. So you can just feel like the human's voices through the Korean traditional instrument through the performance. So now we might ready to enjoy this performance. I would like to introduce the first music, which is The Frontier by Yang Bang-eun, performed by Do. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our performance with a big round of applause to the stage. Thank you very much to all for the wonderful music. Thank you so much. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now conclude today's YouTube broadcast. So the rest of our anniversary ceremony will be shared with our participants on site. And thank you to our online audience for joining us. And thank you very much all for staying with us here. Thank you. 유튜브 중계는 여기서 마무리 짓고 현장에 계신 참가자 여러분들과 지금 함께하겠습니다. 시청자 여러분께 진심으로 감사드리겠습니다.